Okay, sounds good. Yep, I Welcome to the Rumble at the Old Oak Tree, the second stop on the 2025 Porsche Club of America Club Racing season. This weekend, we head to the final resting place of the Confederacy and birthplace of Wendell Scott, the first African-American NASCAR driver. We're just outside of Danville, Virginia at beautiful 3.27-mile 17 circuit that Paul Newman coined once heaven on earth. Welcome, everybody, to Virginia International Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsburg with Brian Donati and James Pardue, and we're going to bring you all the coverage here live on Driver's Eye Live, as well as 89.9 FM if you're here at beautiful Virginia International Raceway. Before we get underway, we are going to first ask everybody here at Virginia International Raceway, and if you'd like to do this at home, follow along. I'd like all of you to please stand and remove your hats, face our flag for the national anthem. All right, so as we get underway, first up, before I bring in my two announcing partners here this weekend, let's talk a quick bit about the schedule. We're going to be bringing you a sprint race this morning. This is for our silver group, our vintage race cars here with the Porsche Club of America. Going to take a quick break for lunch after that, and then we're going to have our remaining two groups have their second sprint races of the entire weekend. We will then this afternoon have three more sprint races for you. So let's welcome into the booth my two partners, Brian Donati as well as James Pardue. First off, good morning, Brian.
Good morning. Glad to be back here. I tell you what a fantastic day, and we talked about this yesterday. James, there is not a cloud in the sky. Welcome back, day two.
Yeah, you could tell the weather by me and Greg deciding to put shorts on this morning rather than bundling up.
That's right.
Yeah, it's going to be completely different than what we had yesterday. It was so chilly yesterday. It took so long for the track to warm up. I mean, we've already got near 60, which was the high yesterday. Plus, these guys had less on-track running. They had a warm-up and a qualifying session yesterday prior to the races. This morning, just a warm-up session to try and figure out where the temperature's at, how the grip out on the track is. So it's going to be interesting to watch this first sprint race.
You know, and one of the things I noticed this morning, James, is that when this group went out for their warm-up, only 14 cars total went out. And I think we had a little bit more than that out there yesterday. So again, not everybody participated in this morning's warm-up. I think their car's ready to go here as the temperatures are starting to climb. We could see some updates here.
And interesting here is we get things underway. Let's look at our starting order for our sprint race here today. We're going to start on the front row, and I think we might actually have that slightly reversed, Ryan. We'll have to let our producer Ryan know about that. Starting on the pole today, on the inside of the front row, it's not Preston Brown. Sorry, Preston. I believe that it is actually going to be Don Jacobs with... Actually, you know what? Let me go back and look, because I think he might actually be correct there. We're going to run him down here. I think he is.
They did it on qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, he's on qualifying times, which is what we want versus the finish order from yesterday's race. Preston Brown in his VGTX Porsche 964 is on the pole. Don Jacobs in the VGTO class, also in, I believe, Don is driving a 1973 Porsche 914-6. He'll start on the outside of the front row. Let's move over to row number 2, where Jack Switzer in his Porsche 911 will run in the VO class, and he's your pole sitter there in that class. And then we've got Michael Piera. Michael is in the 911 Cup class. He's your pole sitter in that class, and he runs a 1973 Porsche 911. Moving over to our fifth starter here. Inside of row number 3, Rob Trollinger, also running in the 911 Cup class in a 1987 vintage machine. He'll start right alongside Don Anger, also in 911 Cup. And Don, I believe, let's take a look here. I think Don is running also a 1987 machine as well. Let's move over now to row number 4, starting in 7th position. It's going to be Shane Cease. Is that correct? I got it right. I better get it right. We're actually camping right next to him and his lovely wife. Shane is in the VO class. He's running a 1976 model 911 with Eugene Basha in the Porsche Pig in that beautiful pink 911 Cup machine. Now, if we move over to our 9th starter, it's Jason Nikic. He is also running 911 Cup. He's driving in a 1984 vintage machine with Lenny Stan. Lenny Stan starting on the outside of row number 5 in his 1987 Porsche 911. Moving over to our 11th position here on the grid in a 1980 Porsche 911 in the VO class. It's Jared Jacobs. He'll start right alongside Eric Olozovic, who is in the number 25 machine. Starting in lucky 13th position today, it is going to be Gary Stanberry in his 6-cylinder Porsche 914. He's in the VGTO class with Doug Switzer starting to his left, starting 14th. Also in the VGTO class, also in a Porsche 914. Starting in 15th position. Actually, I think all we have is 14, so it would be hard to go any further than that. Oh, hey, look, we do have 15. Ron Marmo in his VGTO Porsche 911 with Nate Dos Santos in his 911 Cup car. Nate is in a 1977 vintage machine. As our group now comes onto the front straight, comes around the bend, and an early green flag, Brian, as we've got our pole sitter now taking the field all the way down into turn number 1. Preston Brown, Don Jacobs there on the front row with Switzer and Pierre right behind.
Tell you what, we'll see whether or not Preston Brown's going to be able to hold them off today. Because remember, during his race yesterday, James, he, I think, broke an axle. In there, so it looks like they've got that thing replaced as they head down into the horseshoe now, getting ready to come up through NASCAR Bend. We'll see, and it does look like it is going to be Preston, and then it's going to be Donald Jacobs with Jack Switzer going on driver's right to try to make that pass over Donald Jacobs in that 151 machine.
Yeah, speaking of retirements from yesterday's race, we also had Donald Inger, who was mixing up in 911 Cup. He had a heartbreaking mechanical issue right at the end, about 2 laps to go. So he'll be looking for redemption today. Looks like he's already shuffled back down to 4th. A good start from Trollinger when they got the green flag. Heading down into turn 1 was on the inside of the 44, but now they stay single file. Pierre are holding on to the lead as they make their way up the hill now.
Yeah, and as they come through those uphill S's, especially on this opening lap, it's going to be very much touch and go here as these cars have a lot of load on them, move from left to right on cold tires, and we can see as they come out, they're having challenges on that high-speed left-hand corner known as South Bend. But all the cars make it through here as they're coming into the little horseshoe, into the corner, turn 12, the Oak Tree Bend, and onto the back straight. And we're seeing very much, James, like we saw yesterday, that red Porsche 964 vintage 911 of Preston Brown jumping out to a very early and very large lead.
Actually, I'm hearing now that in Preston's car, it was not an axle.
No.
It was a gearbox failure.
Oh.
So, they had a gearbox at the shop, so someone drove up at 5 a.m. today, and we managed to get it installed in time to take the green. So, again, really good work by that crew and Preston to get that car back out on the racetrack. But, yeah, that's an early morning if you got to do it there at 5 a.m. I knew I heard something going on out there early in the morning.
All right, jumping up now into second, getting around Don Jacobs is Jack Switzer in the blue 1970 911. Now as they head down into the horseshoe turns 1 and 2, that's going to drop Don Jacobs back to 3rd overall. And interestingly enough there, Jacobs, who's in that VGTO class, he's splitting the lead 2 VO class racers of Switzer and Cease.
Yeah, and again, yesterday, we talked about it even in that 911 Cup. We had a great battle all race long. Through this, it wasn't until the attrition started to hit everybody between Pierre Abasha and Anger in there. So One driver that we didn't see yesterday was Jason Nickick in that 27. It looks like they had some problems. Yesterday when we were done, I walked back up through the paddock, and they had that thing up on all fours, jack stands, and kind of going through the entire vehicle. So looks like Jason may have gotten that thing fixed and is out here today, and hopefully be able to compete in both of these races.
So, James, these races, they're scheduled to be quite a bit longer than yesterday. Yesterday, they were scheduled for 20 minutes in length. Some of them didn't go quite that long, and we know we had a lot of attrition in this vintage group towards the end of their race, which actually is what brought about the early checkered flag, because we had so many cars trackside that we needed to recover. What would you say the strategy is, given that the race is essentially a third longer?
Well, I mean, definitely more time for stuff to break, but so you're hoping that doesn't happen. But we saw a little bit of it yesterday, even with the short races. Just as the pack stretches out, your faster cars, your overall leaders, they mix back in that out-of-class traffic. We saw how much it affected Marco Pierra's race yesterday. He had a huge gap and then just got caught up in that class traffic, got swallowed back up by the 911 Cup field. He's doing good so far, but those top four in 911 Cup all nose to tail. Last time I saw them on the feed, there they are coming down through Hogpen there. That's first through fourth, all
together. Yeah, so that's Pierra in the green 911, then Eugene Basha in the pink car. Then we've got Rob Trollinger, and then we've got, well, looks as though Jason Nickick may have had some issues coming out of 17 out of Hogpen, as he's had a couple cars pass by ahead, both Jared Jacobs and I think also Eric Alozovic get by him here on the front straight as they came to the start-finish line to complete lap number 2.
Well, I'll tell you what, Pierre's dropped all the way down to 5th place now. Trollinger moved to the lead on that lap. Here they are coming through NASCAR, getting ready to make that left hook. There is Pereira, or there is Cease right there. Here comes Pereira right here. Now you've got Eugene Basha, so you're going to move him up in front of Donald Anger in that 23 machine. So again, great battle in this 911 Cup that we're starting early on in this 30-minute race.
Yeah, Trollinger was started the race off in second. He's been shuffled back to fourth. I think on that opening lap I saw as they came out of the S's at the top, I think he went a little bit wide, got in the dirt, and I think that's cost him a bit of time as well. He's got shuffled back into the pack. Basha having a look on the inside as they went into the braking zone in turn 1. Still has to stay single file. As they now coming into the braking zone into Oak Tree. Donald Anger still battling with Trollinger. Trollinger trying to make up lost time here in the opening stages of the race. Now on the back straightaway. See if anybody can tuck into the draft to try and get a little bit of extra speed down that back straightaway. Pierra doing well to fend off the rest of the pack so far.
Yeah, and again, having 5 different classes in this first, in this silver group here makes for really good racing. But, 8 of them is the 911 Cup, 911 Cup cars. That is, that's a great battle. Like I said, we saw that yesterday. I think we're going to see it again all weekend long. Here comes Preston Brown now crossing the start-finish line. Again, got about a 3.5-second lead now, just over 3 seconds over Jack Switzer, and then another 2 seconds over Donald Jacobs there in that VGTO machine.
Yeah, this is turning into a great battle, and I mean, this is a lot of what we saw yesterday. Yesterday was primarily just the 3 machines before we had that one retirement towards the end, but showing that these older 911 machines are just so closely matched in this class.
Yeah, Preston Brown, your overall leader at the moment, putting in great laps down in the 204s already. So with this longer race, once we get to the halfway point, it won't be long at all until you see him catching back up. If I'm him, I'd be a little scared to try and mix up with those 4 or 5 now 911 Cup cars to see going into turn 4. Little peak by Donald Anger, but stays single file coming out of the turn. That's almost the whole field of 911 Cup cars you now got bunched up there. So yeah, it's a two-way street, because the out-of-class traffic when you're racing for position, you can get held up. But those faster cars, like Preston Brown in the 26, he's going to have to pick and choose his spots. Preferably, he'd like to just pass them all on the back straightaway, but that's not always the case. Sometimes you just catch them at a bad part of the track.
And so you were talking about Preston Brown already down into the 204s, high 204 right now. And and again, I think these drivers they're trying to ramp up the equipment slowly, but at this point, Brown was actually all the way down before he broke yesterday. Actually, I think on the lap before he broke the axle, maybe putting a little bit too much stress on it.
The gearbox.
Pardon me, the gearbox, not the axle. He was actually down into the 159, so almost a full 5 seconds between what he ran yesterday and today. So still a lot more time. And as you mentioned, it's already here at 11 o'clock in the morning. About 60 degrees ambient air temperature. It was almost 15 degrees colder when they went out for their race yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, with the conditions so much better, it'll be interesting to see
Yeah.
if Preston can get. He's now dropping down 2:03.9.
Yeah.
So another good lap there
Yeah.
from the 26. Back through the field, VGTO, Donald Jacobs in the 151, still out in front. In VO, the 30, Jack Switzer leading the way. I think we did have a reshuffle. Well, look, as 911 Cup comes across the line. Thought maybe we had a reshuffling. Pierre is still out in front. Eugene Basha still trying to catch up. They go side by side. Basha looking to the outside, staying single file once again. Pierre does a good job of getting, we saw this yesterday too, he gets such a good run off of Hogpen.
Yes.
Even with the little bit of slipstream you get coming down the front straightaway, it's so hard to catch him out on the brakes going into turn
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in the deep to the inside and find yourself in a position where you're caught where the defending car can work an over-under on you, because there is very, very little grip on the outside of that horseshoe. And if you drop a wheel or you go too deep under the braking, it is a very steep drop-off through the grass. It is one of those things where you can lose many seconds trying to fight your way back up to the pavement. Brian, you got some information?
Yeah, it looks like we've got maybe it's going to be Jack Switzer may have gone off. We'll have to take a look at it down there at turn 5, see whether or not he's continued. I think he may have just gone off and continued, but we'll have to see what happens there, see if he starts to drop out. But I did get the call that the 30 machine, Jack Switzer,
is that him along
that
the,
that is down here on the very far left-hand side of our screen over there. To see that car. That's not a very good spot. If you've raced here before, which Greg, you and I have many, many times, you come through that corner there, that's kind of a blind. That is very, very tough to see. So we'll have to see whether or not we go to a full course caution here to get that car removed. Yep, and I'm getting word right now, Greg, we are going to go to a full course caution to remove the 30 of Jack Switzer. That is not a great place to be sitting there. I've seen cars go around there pretty quickly, so need to get him moved out of there.
Little bunch back up the field. Same for Jack Switzer, who's running so well in VO. I think the gap was already well over 10 seconds before the caution came out. But yeah, that's going to bunch back up the field. You got Ron Sace in the 766, now leading in VO. Gerard Jacobs, last time by with a 206.8. That's going to bunch him back up. He had quite a deficit to the 766, but they should be close together on the restart here. We still got, that's a benefit of having a longer race, we still have 18 minutes left, so hopefully the wonderful crew here at VIR can go get that stricken car, and we'll be back racing in just a little bit.
Yeah, I think now, again, where some of those leads, we're having those battles, now you've got to, get that car wound down, you got to get back in line here, cool off a little bit of the tires, and then really go at it. As a driver, it really makes it tough when you're having those battles right there with your competitors in your class. Again, 5 different classes in here, but all of those, that's the largest group we have in this class. You're battling, now you got to take a deep breath. If you were up on somebody, you realize, okay, where can I make them, make a mistake on their own that I can get by? Now you have time to go back and look at that, with just under 17 and a half minutes left. And this should be a, pretty quick full course caution here, so we should get back to racing here momentarily. what ends up happening is now you reset everything and you basically start over from when you first came out onto the racetrack.
And it looks like Preston Brown is shuffled to, looks like I think the safety car picked up 911 Cup. So Preston Brown sitting further back in the pack. So once we do go back green, he's going to have to deal with that the 911 Cup cars much earlier than he was going to just when we were green flag running. So that'll be interesting to see if he can work his way through once we get back going here.
All right, so we should have the safety car now picking up our leader, Preston Brown. And at that point, they can deploy the safe emergency services vehicles to and retrieve that wounded car over on the outside of turn number 5. But we are under full course caution here at Virginia International Raceway. So this is a good opportunity, Brian. Let's run down. We'll break things down by class. And, of course, we will start off with that VGTX field that is led by, well, there's only one driver in the class today, so we're going to knock it out pretty quickly. He's our overall leader. It's Preston Brown. He's in his number 26, the red Porsche 1994 Porsche 964 911. In 911 Cup race that we've been watching very, very intently here, Michael Piera in the green and yellow 1973 911, the number 44 car. He is your leader. Don Anger in the white number 50 machine. He is currently in second. Eugene Basha in the pink number 23. He runs third. Eric Olozovic fourth with Rob Trollinger fifth. In the VGTO class, he's running now second overall. It's Don Jacobs in the number 151, the black Porsche 914-6 VGTO class made up primarily of the 914s, but we do also have we've got Doug Switzer, who's running second in class in the white 914, Justin Jacobs in the red number 521 machine, Ron Marmol in the sole 911 in the class today. He's in the number 947 machine. He is running fourth. In VGTU, Mark Golke is your sole driver in the class. He's got a 914-6. The number 123 machine, and Golke currently is running 14th overall. And then finally in VO, Shane Cease in the number 766, the green 1976 vintage Porsche 911, and our paddock mate over there right beside us had a lovely bit of s'mores last night.
Well, you had marshmallows.
I stayed away from the graham crackers, but both Shane and his wife joined us for some libations and some very sweet things that you eat over a campfire. Jared Jacobs in the number 153 yellow 1980 vintage 911. Currently second, Todd Simpson in his 1971 Porsche 911T, the number 806 machine, running third, and Jack Switzer now down in the fourth in VO in the number 30 machine. Of course, we know that
he had a little help back to the paddock.
Yeah, exactly, and he'll get a little help getting back to the paddock as well. But unfortunately, that is likely where he will stay in class. You see there, beautiful doing double duty as both a safety car and pace car here.
I think the lights are out, Greg.
Yeah, they are.
They've turned the flashers off, so we should be getting ready to go back to
that's right. So Brian, the Porsche Cayenne, provided by Porsche of Virginia Beach, as you mentioned, the lights are out on the safety car. And when it comes down the roller coaster, he'll pit back in, and we'll be going back to green flag racing with only about 12 and a half minutes left on the clock. A lot of time, a lot of laps left in this race, James.
Yeah, plenty of time left. I think I mistake the red car that was further back. Preston Brown will be the car leading the field to the green flag, so he'll have nothing but open air. And with only 12 minutes left in the session, we shouldn't have too much out of class mixing. So Michael Piera, Donald Anger, Eugene Basha, they should all have free and clear track to race each other all the way till the checkered flag. So this will be exciting as we see the pace car making its way out of Hogpen. Should see it coming on to pit road any second here.
Yeah, I believe that the red machine you were talking about there was the 521 of Justin Jacobs, which was a little bit back. And Greg, we are back to green flag racing right now. There goes Preston Brown. Preston Brown, big lead going out of there. I tell you what, the battle on the racetrack is really going to be between Justin Jacobs And Jared Jacobs, again, 2 different classes, in that 521, that 153, they went side by side, got some big brake lock up there a little bit further back. That may have been Rob Trollinger with that brake lock up.
Well, and we'll see here, Brian, because as the green flag came out, the 911 Cup class, where they've been running nose to tail for the last 3 laps or so, and certainly behind the safety car, they were now side by side going down into turn number 1. And we had Don Anger trying to get by Michael Pierre as they went into the corner. Of course, they had those 2 VO machines of Cease and Jacobs sitting right in the midst of that battle. And the way it looks like it's turned out, it is still Michael Pierre slotting between Jared Jacobs and Don Anger.
Yeah.
It looks like that might have been Eugene Bosch with the lockup. Just looking, it looks like he shuffled way back into the pack. He was in third when we went to the restart. Michael Pierre's been so good on these restarts too, just to get the jump on everybody as he's having to defend now though, going in to Oak Tree corner there. Yeah, you can see how far back Bosch in that pink car has been shuffled back into the pack. We'll have to see where he sorted out after this first lap, but a tough break. Yeah,
it looks like he may have lost almost 6 positions there. Looks like he's right behind the blue number 27 machine of Jason Nikic. Nikic was running 12th overall at the start, or at the restart, 6th in 911 Cup, and I think that might actually drop Basha now into that position back in the 6th in class, whereas he had been 4th at the restart.
Yeah, we'll see the next time they come by to see where kind of everybody falls out on this kind of opening lap back to green. But you're right. I think there's, obviously that battle going all the way on right there, and you get mixed up in with the different classes, and that's what's fantastic about multi-class racing in here is that, while you are racing, each other on the racetrack, you're also, not racing against the class. So
I mean, and that's always the challenge here with multi-class. Yes, you're not racing the car ahead of you or the car behind you who's in a different class, but that doesn't mean that you can't use them to your advantage to basically act as a pick to get a car ahead, or perhaps to use them as a to run interference for the car that's behind that's trying to get up to you.
I think that's happening right now. I told you guys at the start we should watch out for Donald Anger. He's got something to prove after that disappointing mechanical failure. Well, now he's your new leader in 911 Cup. He got past Michael Pierre as they came across the start-finish line. Pierre now has some out-of-class traffic. You see how big the gap is already. Yes. He's starting to fall back into the clutches of Trollinger as they go under the bridge and up the S's. Look at how far ahead Anger's already gotten. What is
that's a huge margin.
One of the VGTO runners, I think that's between Anger. It's a black car. That's
the black one. That's Don Jacobs in the VGTO number 151 car.
Looks like we had 2 spinners down there in down near the horseshoe, down near turn 1, the 806 and the 08. Looks like they both may have spun off. Looks like they both have continued now.
Yeah,
don't believe there was any contact. Just looks like they both went to the synchronized spinning there a little bit, if you could say. And
well, good thing they didn't use the swimming pool known as the Dan River. That's a little bit further down the hill there. The 806, that's Todd Simpson in the VO class 911T, and the 08 machine, that is the 911 Cup entry of Nate DeSantos. Correct.
Last time by, we talked about this 911 Cup battle. Donald Anger now has gone in front of Michael Pierre and Rob Trollinger for that lead. So again, this is starting to come down right to the very end here, in this 911. Here comes Donald Anger now getting ready to go across the start-finish line. You've got 2 other cars in between Anger and Pierre. You've got Rob Trollinger not too far behind, but then you've got Eric Elezovich in the 25 machine. Again, that is not, well, actually that is a battling class now.
Yes, it is.
So, again, throw those 2 in there. Pierre now back down to 4th.
Yeah, Brian, we were just talking about using that out-of-class traffic strategically. I think Donald Anger did it just about as perfect as you can. He's shuffled his competitor all the way back down to 4th, and now Trollinger and Elizovic are going to have to try and work together to try and reel them in. I don't see any other out-of-class traffic, so Donald Anger's got 7 minutes now to just focus on putting in the best laps that he can. He's down in the 2-minute 10s. Rob Trollinger only 2/10 off his best lap time last time by. Elizovic on that previous lap in the 2:09s. So Elizovic in the 25, making a charge up through the field. He started down in 5th or 6th, I believe.
Yeah, I was gonna say he started off, I believe. Yeah, you're right, in fifth in class, and is now up to 3rd. So as we were talking about Pierre a little bit earlier, I love as we go back and try and get the history of some of these races. First off, Pierre, he comes to PCA Club Racing. He's been a PCA member for 41 years. Has been racing with PCA for 40 years. Back in the 80s and 90s, he was a national championship autocrosser in another organization, mind you, but brought a lot of that experience to the racetrack. And I always say that the best road racers come from autocrossing, and that's why I wasn't a good road racer.
Yeah.
We talked yesterday about these guys that run triathlons, and they like to race cars instead of their bodies. Well, Pierre comes from I think a very different mindset as far as what he does in his spare time. He's in a band, plays guitar and sings, but I think his day job is he makes guitar effects pedals. And so the question is, does he prefer the right foot to turn on those pedals, or does he prefer the left foot to turn on those pedals?
Yeah. Hey, look, let's bring up here just now, going down probably out of the horseshoe now, getting ready to come up through NASCAR Bend here. Let's pick up the yellow 153 of Jared Jacobs, the 766 of Shane Cease. I tell you what, Greg, that is 4/10 of a battle. You had Jacobs get around Cease last time. Here they come now up out of there, and then they're going to start to head up through the Snake, the S's, and up through the top of the hill here. Shane didn't get a really good run off of turn 17 last time out on that last lap, and that actually allowed Jared Jacobs to go in front of him. Again, 4/10 of a second on the line, but you can see Shane is right there kind of in that draft. We'll see what kind of
speed he carries through South Bend. I think is going to make up determine a lot of this.
Not only going in, but the drive off. How
Right.
much drive off is Shane going to lose coming out of or gain on Jared Jacobs in that 153? And again, that's in the VO class.
Well, and I think we could see the big difference in the trajectory there as they came through South Bend. It looked as though Jared, he turned in far later and actually didn't carry, I think, the optimal amount of speed through the corner, and it allowed Shane Cease to make up ground going into Oak Tree and get a good jump on Oak Tree on this long back straight. Yeah, indeed, he's right there. So Jared Jacobs, former motorcycle racer, raced bikes for 20 years before he decided to become a cager, Brian, and he is the 2019 PCA Rookie of the Year racer. So it's been about 6 years now since he was Rookie of the Year. We'll see if he still has some of the moves here to hold off Cease.
Well, we talked to Shane last night. Shane got some pretty good instructions here, from as we talked yesterday. And again, I can't get off saying this name.
Former Pirelli World Challenge racer Chip Herr.
Yeah. So ended up, I didn't want to say his name because we say it everywhere we go, but got some pretty good instruction, talking about it. We actually talked to Chip on the phone last night, and that kind of helped. He is still losing off of coming down through the hog pen off of 17, because the momentum that he gained coming off of Oak Tree, he lost coming down the front stretch here when I looked out the window there. So there's some things that Shane probably has to still work on coming down through hog pen, not only in that car, but he does seem to back that up. Coming through
one of the things that I'm seeing here, and maybe Chip should pay me a coaching fee, whatever Shane pays him. But Shane looks very good on the brakes. He's very late on the brakes, and that helps him quite a bit going into the horseshoe at turn 1, and it's helping him as they come out of South Bend and set up for Oak Tree. But where it's a problem is he's not releasing brakes very quickly at the top of the roller coaster, and he's not carrying. It's not a question of necessarily hog pen turn 17, but he's actually losing ground coming down the roller coaster to the Jacobs machine, and that's hurting him on that run down the front straight.
Yeah.
And Sace has a Jacobs in front of him and a Jacobs behind him. The 151.
Kind of in the Jacob sandwich.
He's in the Jacob sandwich right now, and we've got about 2 minutes. I'm not sure if we've seen the white flag yet. If not, we should be seeing it probably this time.
Well, I was going to say, I think we're going to see it the next time Preston comes by the start-finish line. And you know, I'm sitting here looking in the chat, the Black Forest Racing. I guess that's their crew. Greg, if we can, we'll post a link there for the bio because Preston has not done it and they want to do it. So we'll put that link in there for you, and you can go in and you can get Preston to fill that information out if he hasn't done it.
Actually, Black Forest Racing, because I know YouTube will not allow me to put URLs in the chat.
Yeah, okay.
If you email me at PCAannouncers@gmail.com,
we'll put it in.
I will send you a link. PCAannouncers@gmail.com.
Yeah, we're not doing the phone numbers either.
As it is, we're going to get inundated with the email now.
So we are getting the one to go here, James. So you are correct. So Preston Brown is on his last lap. So these battles that we talked about, again, in VO and in 911 Cup, although it looks like Donald Anger has now opened that up by 1.3 seconds over Rob Trollinger in that 94 machine. So that battle starting to work its way out. I was going to say, you know, early on we were talking about that 911 Cup battle.
Right.
One word ends in K, starts with P, and it's called PICK when you're doing other class of racing. You use that other car as a pick so that you can extend that lead out where you can. So.
Yeah, and I imagine that's Shane Sace as we're working the final lap here. Probably open the 151. Donald Jacobs, he's in VGTO, obviously. Gerard Jacobs and Shane Sace in VO, working their final lap, hoping he kind of maybe backs off, looking to the inside still, because he's the Donald Jacobs, the same car that gave Donald Anger that huge gap, and still Anger holding on the lead in 911 Cup, but the 766 very close in VO.
Well, you know, so what's really happening here now, if you look on the screen as they come down through the backstretch and they go through Madison Avenue, Donald Jacobs has kind of backed off that, right? He backed off that VO battle between Jared Jacobs and Shane Cease. I tell you what, that's allowed Justin Jacobs. There they go down. It looks like we've got some kicking some dirt right there coming down the hill. That has allowed Justin Jacobs to close the gap on Donald Jacobs.
All right, so checkered flag is out for Preston Brown. He's going to take the overall win, and he sets his fastest lap of this entire race on the very last lap. Let's jump back to this 911 Cup battle.
Tell you what, there's two battles right there. There's the VO class, which is your front ones. That's Jared Jacobs and Shane Cease. And then you've got the VGTO battle. That's between Donald Jacobs in the 151 and Justin Jacobs in the 521. Looks like Donald Jacobs is going to hold on to that VGTO, and then Jared Jacobs is going to hold over Shane Cease in that VO class. So again, as they cross the start-finish line, and Greg will give you the rundown here in a minute by class, but it does look like Jared's going to hold off Shane, Donald's going to hold off Justin.
Yeah, and I will say real quick, Brian, Trollinger had in 911 Cup a great last lap. It was 1.4 seconds when they started that final lap, and only 2/10 separating them as they came across the line. So a good effort by Trollinger, but a great redemption race for the 50.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll tell you what, let's looks like we've got all the cars here. So Greg, either you can do it or I can do it.
We'll run them down here. So again, Preston Brown, your sole racer in VGTX. He takes the overall win, fast lap for him here today, 201.607. If we then move over to the VO class, where we had taking the win, Jared Jacobs in the number 153, 1980 vintage 911, over Sean Cease, with Todd Simpson finishing in third. Jack Switzer, of course, had his mechanical issue. He retires after only 4 laps. In VGTO, Don Jacobs takes the win over Justin Jacobs, the 151 machine, over the 521. Doug Switzer finishing in third, with Ron Marmol in his 1976 Porsche 911 finishing fourth. And finishing 8 laps down. Mark Golke was our sole VGTU runner. Congratulations to him. And then finally in 911 Cup, Donald Anger takes the win. Margin of victory, 24/100ths of a second over Rob Trollinger. Eric Alezovic will finish in third. Eugene Basha will finish fourth. Michael Pierre comes home in 5th. All right, so what we're going to do here, we're going to take a little bit of a break. It's actually a break for lunch here at the circuit at Virginia International Raceway. We're going to be coming back. We are going to be coming back to you at 12:40 p.m., just about an hour from now, and we're going to have our black group with their second sprint race of the weekend, and followed quickly by the red group. And then we're going to start it all over again. We're going to have 3 final sprint races for each of our 3 groups to round out the day. And of course, tomorrow we go endurance racing. But for now, we're going to take that break. We'll be back here in just a few moments, or just in about an hour. Make sure to stay with us.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxus RA1 to the 2-groove Proxus RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
HPDE season is here, and First Settlers Region is excited to see you all on track April 25th through 27th. Wherefore, HPDE season is here, and First Settlers Region is excited to see you all on track April 20th. See you all on track April 25th through 27th. We're fortunate enough to have Virginia International Raceway as our home track, the track Paul Newman called Heaven on Earth. The FSR Spring HPDE at VIR will have an exciting new opportunity. If you are an advanced driver and are interested in becoming an instructor, we will be having a PCA National Instructor Training that will coincide with the HPDE. If you are interested in becoming an HPDE instructor, our CTI will be reviewing registrations. If you are curious about HPDE but are uncertain about committing to an entire weekend, you can come to VIR on Saturday for Intro to DE, a classroom session and a single instructed session on track. Don't forget our Saturday happy hour, a great opportunity to socialize and tell tales about your lap times. Run groups are filling fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Register now to secure your spot on motorsportsreg.com.
Upper Canada Region is proud to host the 28th annual Can-Am Challenge Club Race at historic Mosport Raceway in Bowmanville, Ontario, Canada, Thursday, June 26th through 29th. Described by Juan Pablo Montoya as one of the most challenging tracks in the world with its elevation changes and blind corners, it's the fastest track IMSA races on. Another racer described the speed and elevation changes like landing on an aircraft carrier. The perfect high-speed track for any car. Get in gear and set a reminder in clubregistration.net. Registration opens May 12th. Our team is here to answer any of your questions, from border crossing to the best accommodations, to help you plan your trip to our amazing track. Reach out to club-race@pcaucr.org.
Potomac Region's premier event, Porsche Fest, is the weekend of July 25th. Come join our annual family reunion at Summit Point Motorsports Park, where members and enthusiasts across all of our programs, such as driver education, autocross, drive and dine, concourse, and rally, come together for a fun weekend at the track. From the barbecue dinner on Saturday night, taste of autocross, charity laps, to concourse, best of show, and all things Porsche Motorsports, it's always a great time at the track. So let's celebrate all things Porsche at Potomac's.
If you're a PCA racer, Watkins Glen has got to be on your bucket list of tracks to drive. If you've driven it before, don't miss the chance to come back and improve your times and win on this track where great racers such as Jack Bratham, Sterling Moss, and Dan Gurney found glory. Maybe it's the sheer joy of racing on this superb, well-maintained track with its thrilling elevation changes. We're imagining they're running with Mario Andretti, Jackie Ickx, or Derek Bell that brings out racers from all over the USA and Canada to make this Zone 1 club race one of the largest on the PCA Club Racing circuit. PCA members are welcome to attend and perhaps consider how they may make the transition from driver education to club racing. The fun-filled weekend will include 3 sprint races and 1 65-minute enduro race, along with an advanced solo DE run group. Registration opens on clubregistration.net on April 21st. Experience the ultimate celebration of Porsche passion at the annual PCA Parade. This week-long extravaganza from July 6th to the 12th is a must-attend event for Porsche enthusiasts of all ages, offering a perfect blend of social, competitive, and educational activities. From the Concours d'Elegance to the autocross, to the scenic driving tours, to the tech sessions, to the banquets, to the social events, there's something for everyone. Whether you're a seasoned collector, a weekend racer, or simply love the brand, the PCA Parade is your chance to immerse yourself in a community that shares your passion. Set in Oklahoma City this year, a central location in the United States right along historic Route 66, join us for an unforgettable celebration of everything Porsche. Whether you're polishing your car for the concourse, taking on the autocross course, or joining a scenic driving tour, the PCA Parade promises memories that will last a lifetime. Secure your spot today and join us for a week of excitement, connection, and all things Porsche. To learn more and register, please visit PorscheParade.org.
We're thrilled to announce the highly anticipated Racing of the Spring race at iconic Lime Rock Park, set for April 25th and 26th. This marks the 33rd year of this exciting event, and it's the perfect opportunity to take your Porsche out on the thrilling 1.53-mile road course and experience the rush of racing alongside fellow Porsche enthusiasts. With exhilarating action, breathtaking views, and a vibrant atmosphere, this event is truly one you don't want to miss. It's going to be a weekend filled with high-speed excitement, camaraderie, and unforgettable moments. Whether you're behind the wheel or cheering from the sidelines, racing into spring promises to be an amazing time for everyone. Mark your calendars now. This is one event you want to be a part of. We can't wait to see you there.
PCA Club Racing goes to Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. The Peach State region will be hosting the race weekend on April 11th through 13th, 2025. The 2.5-mile circuit opened in 1970 and has been the host for thousands of pro race series, including AOMS, IMSA, NASCAR, Trans Am, Pirelli World Challenge, and more. Racers will get 3 sprint races and 1 enduro race, earning points for the national championship. Eligible cars will also earn points for the Club Sports Series and the Triple Trofeo Championships. Non-racers can participate in HPDE sessions for solo drivers of all skill levels. All marks are welcome for the HPDE. Please go to clubregistration.net to sign up today.
Join us for a 7-day cruise, the Treffen at Sea, to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Porsche Club. We'll be cruising August 30th to September 6th and showcasing the history and majesty of the East Coast. We'll stop in Newport, in Boston, Portland and St. John, and Halifax along the way, where you'll find import Porsche events. You'll also enjoy special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. The Enchanted Princess will both depart and return from New York City, making it a round trip. You'll experience incredible cuisine, culture, history, and nature, plus Porsche surprise events when we stop at port. To learn more and register, please visit PCA.org and click the Events tab.
Maverick Region PCA is excited to announce our Eagles Canyon 1 Club race May 24th and 25th. We'll be racing on the counterclockwise 2.7-mile course with 15 turns at over 200 feet of elevation change. All races have points towards the PCA National and Mid-America Championships. Expect 2 practices qualifying at a 30-minute sprint race on Saturday and 2 additional sprint races on Sunday, one 30 minutes long and one 40 minutes long. Podium-winning trophies for race classes with a 4+ car count and additional awards will be presented at the Saturday evening banquet at the Over the Top Bar and Grill at Eagles Canyon Raceway.
The Shenandoah Porsche region invites you to the RPM weekend, September 13th at Richmond International Raceway for a special autocross on the track. Not in the parking lot, mind you, but on the very same track that NASCAR and IndyCar race. Opened in 1953, RIR is a 3/4-mile D-shaped oval track with a 14-degree banking, and maximizing the 860-foot straightaway, we're focusing on a high-speed, flowing course. The extra special trait here is the sound your car will make reverberating off the grandstands, especially down that long back straight. It's truly a special experience that car enthusiasts can seldom experience. Register online at motorsportsreg.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2025 Rumble at the Old Oak Tree, presented by the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and James Pardue. James is really small here today.
But he's a bigger guy behind us.
He's got a big personality. That's what's important. We're all here bringing you some more racing. We hope y'all enjoyed lunch, and we've got a great afternoon of racing coming up. On track right now, our black group with our Spec Boxster drivers, as well as a number of other classes. We're going to run down the starting order for you as they are out on their pace lap. We're going to start with the Spec Boxsters. And on the front row, your pole sitter in Spec Boxster. Well, tell you what, why don't we start off with the front group? As long as they're there. The folks right behind the pace car that you're looking at right now, your pole sitter, Ed Dunn. He's in the black 2014 Porsche Cayman S, the number 98 car. Ken Pryor will start next to him. He's in the 996 GT3 car that is also in the GTB1 class. It's the 818. Then Del Alray in the 791 GTB1 2009 Porsche Cayman S, the silver car, with Nathan Stiles in the white number 133. He's your Spec Cayman pole setter. He's in a 2008 Porsche Cayman. Matt DiStefano is, actually, pardon me, let's try this again. Mike McMenamin is going to be starting fifth today. He's in the 502 GTB1 Porsche Carrera with Matt DiStefano. There's Matt. He's in the number 93 black Spec Cayman, the 2007 model. Then we got Chuck Palmer. He's in the GTB1 class. He starts seventh today in the number 55 Porsche Cayman, with Eric Hortzoy starting eighth, the outside of row number 4, driving the number 321 Spec Cayman. That's the white and blue machine. Then we've got Francis Florido. He is in the number 148 GTB1 Porsche Cayman, white car, with Mitch Bowling starting right beside him, all in a 2014 Porsche Cayman, another white one. He is also GTB1. Starting in 11th position in the H class, and I believe our H class pole sitter, the number 777 Porsche 997, the gray car of Ryan McGrath. Then we got John Dunsky starting 12th. He's in the number 447 GT3 Porsche Cayman S. Amy Burgess will start 14th in our front group. She's in the number 103 GTB1 black Porsche Cayman, with Lawrence Trunk Jr. starting 15th. Lawrence is in the number 338 silver 2012 Porsche Cayman. And then starting 16th in our front group, our G-Class pole sitter, Michael Gershon, who is in a 2001 white Porsche Boxster. Now let's move over and take a look at our Spec Boxster racers. And that is not them. Spencer, if you could scroll along maybe to the next group here, or next, well, I guess, I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you the Spec Boxster racers, whether you like it or not. Robbie Wilson is your pole sitter. He's in the number 029 blue 1997 Boxster, starting second in the number 171 purple 99 machine. It's Rob Walker, starting third in Spec Boxster. In the number 16 blue 1997 Porsche Boxster, Lawson Wilder, and starting in fourth position, it's going to be Alex Au. He's in the number 79 multicolored 1999 Boxster. Starting fifth, Joe Ailman. He's in the number 324 Boxster. And then we've got starting in sixth position, Daniel Rubel. Dan's in the red, white, and blue 1999 car. It's the number 77-1 machine. So I'm making that as confusing as I can for everybody, aren't I? Starting seventh, the inside of row number 8, driving the number 165 Porsche Boxster. It's the pink Boxster, 1999 Boxster. It's Tamer El Balga. Then we got starting eighth, Tim Nagy. Tim's driving the number 42 Harlequin colored machine, with Ryan Farragut starting in ninth. Ryan's driving the number 291 machine. And then we've got Sam Halabi starting in 10th. Sam's in the number 145 machine. Starting 11th, John Haas in the 40 car, with Daniel Judge starting 12th. He's in the 707. As our front group comes onto the front straight for the start, coming around that bend, speed's ramping up, and green flag is in the air for Ed Dunn, who does take the start today, Brian, with Ken Pryor right alongside Delaware, Mike McMenamin heading all down into turn one, into the horseshoe there, and it looks like one of the black cars, and I think that might be the 996 machine of Ken Pryor. May have taken the point there going through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, not sure whether or not, not sure if he's going to be able to in that 818. It looks like Ed Dunn's now going to roll out there in the lead coming through NASCAR Bend in that left hook. So, again, where Ed had that problem yesterday, only got out on the pace lap, didn't get the actual start in this race. Whatever that problem was they had fixed, then that is now wrecked itself over.
Wrecked itself or rectified
Rectified itself
Yes.
over. Wow.
Some very different meanings there.
Yeah, absolutely. So.
All right, Brian. So our second pack, our Spec Boxsters now coming onto the front straight for their start as they start to ramp up speed now, coming around the bend on this not so straight, and green flag is in the air, and our Spec Boxster pole sitter, that's Robbie Wilson, in the multicolored 029 machine listed as blue. He's got the point. He comes down the inside, sets up, and he's going to lead the field. Lawson Wilder, Rob Walker, Joe Ailman down into turns 1 and 2.
Tell you what, looks like we're going to have some 3 wide there with Brian Farragut, Tim Nagy, and John Haas in that 40 machine as they went through the horseshoe there. So we're going to get some good in-car camera here in a moment as we pick that up. But I tell you what, it looks like Ryan Farragut's going to move ahead of both of those cars. We're going to go 2 wide in there. In through the NASCAR bend and the left hook. So here you go, Spencer. Thank you. Here is the in-car camera. We're going to see what this car is going to do. But
Yes.
I tell you what, got a great start on there.
Yeah, Brian, this is the orange number 29 Spec Boxster of Ryan Farragut. Beautiful green pants, by the way, as he makes up a couple of positions and a great segue because we've got a special guest here in the booth with us. Another Porsche driver, Porsche Club of America racer, Alex Farragut. And I want to welcome you to the booth here, Alex.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So you're not racing here this weekend.
Not this weekend.
But you're doing some testing and tuning. The last time we saw you, you were in a 944.
Yeah, SP2. I was running SP2.
Exactly, an SP2 machine, and you're kind of, at least I think as far as complexity and speed and challenge, certainly moving up in the world of Porsche racing.
This year I'll be moving up to 911 Cup this year, so I'll be racing in the air-cooled vintage sector of everything. So same era of car, still in the 80s, but definitely a lot faster, so I'm very excited.
So, you know, you talk about that change of that car. We were just talking earlier before we went on, is talking about the difference of those cars going from that 944 to that 911. Talk about, because you're doing the DE out here, talk about what you've learned so far between the difference of those two automobiles.
Yeah, this is my second time driving it, so I'm just doing the DE over the weekend in between the races just to get some testing and get things sorted out in the car. The 944 handles incredibly, as we know, as the motor's in the front, transmission's in the back. With the 911, everything's in the rear, so definitely the weight is in a different spot. But it is feeling really good, and I'm learning a lot in it this weekend, and it's been a lot of fun so far, and the power is definitely something to get used to.
Right.
I'm up like 100 horsepower now, so. But it's a lot of fun, and my first race will be at Lime Rock.
Excellent. So as we take a look here, and we'll just give you a quick rundown. After lap 1 in Spec Boxster, it is still Robbie Wilson with Rob Walker, Lawson Wilder running 1, 2, 3. Ryan did make up a couple of positions, up to 6th position now in class. But at the front of the field, Ed Dunn and his GTB1 Porsche Cayman now opening up a little bit over a second advantage over competitor in the GTB1 class, Ken Pryor. And actually now as we complete the second lap, Brian, Dunn adds another second to his advantage over Ken Pryor. So it's now at 2 seconds. Chuck Palmer running third overall, third in class. A second back from there, Del Ray, who started off on the front row, finds himself down in 4th position.
Yeah, whatever Ed and them found yesterday, you know, where they had that problem, obviously, as I said, they're able to get that corrected because he still looks just as fast out here today as he did on Thursday when they were doing the practice. I was out here watching as we were setting everything up, and he was kind of that, you know, that pace setter in between there. So obviously it had to have been something very, very small that they were able to fix.
So you said your first race is going to be at Lime Rock here a little bit later this year. Yeah, I was going to say it's actually coming up very quickly.
Yeah.
So besides obviously the change in cars, have you made any other big changes to your racing program itself, or have you had new opportunities? You know, since you are now an internet star on PCA. PCA racing broadcasts.
Twice.
Two-time guest.
I'll definitely be doing a lot more content on Instagram, maybe TikTok. We'll see.
Okay.
This year with the new car, it's just really exciting, and people love 911s, so the content will be good. I'll be doing some different races. I'll do Road America this year for the first time.
Over Labor Day. Yeah.
Hopefully. I'll be doing. I'm just relearning every track in a new car kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So.
Everything is different. You know, we talked the 944 being very much a momentum car, and we were talking earlier how different it is to drive, how you approach corners differently.
Yes.
It's just.
And the 911, the throttle steering is something I'm trying to learn at the moment. That's what I'm kind of spending this weekend working on and learning and everything. And the brakes are a lot different.
Yeah. So talk about that real quick. The throttle that you have to use to help steer the car in the turn, that's a huge difference.
Big difference. Yeah, in the 944, it was to get the car to turn, and if you're understeering, which it didn't really commonly understeer in the 944, but if it did, lifting helped turn the car. But in this car, giving it some throttle is what helps turn it. So it's just like counterintuitive to me at the moment, because I've been racing the 944 for 5 years now. So.
Well, and again, that vintage 911. Everybody always used to worry, I think, more than anything else about lift-off oversteer.
Yeah, the Widowmaker.
And yeah, exactly. you let off the throttle, the weight transfers forward, and all of a sudden, you've got this big pendulum of the weight of the engine back behind you, which suddenly wants to become in front of you. And so, very, very different than having a front-wheel drive, a front-engine car.
Yes.
Like
there's no weight up there at all. It's
yeah.
like, even at high speed, it's very unstable and wobbly compared to the 944, especially because I'm at higher speeds anyway.
Right, exactly. But I mean, it must be a very different feeling where you come into a corner, you get back on the throttle, and you feel all that weight transfer down. The engine being that extra weight over the rear axle, which kind of drives you and digs you out of corners.
Exactly, indeed. But it's fun.
Yeah.
And I love learning because I needed a challenge and I needed a change. So I'm excited to be having that now.
All right, well, as we watch a mid-engine Porsche now come down through the roller coaster and through Hog Pen, and I'll tell you, you see this, and you've obviously driven here this week, and you've driven VIR quite a bit. The cameras don't give a real view of what the elevation change is and how difficult that Hog Pen turn is, and I would imagine in the 911 where it is off camber, where it's downhill, where you have this desire to get out of the throttle in that corner.
Which I'm not supposed to be doing.
Exactly. It's got to be the most difficult. All right, Spencer, if we can go over to turn one real quick. Go down here. All right. We had a couple cars come together at turn one. It sounds like the 771 machine.
Looks like Daniel Rubel spun, and then the 165 there. Tamer Elbaga ended up having maybe a little bit of contact there.
Yeah, and I think we're actually watching one of those cars as it got back underway now, a little bit off speed. The local caution over at turn one has now been withdrawn.
A little bit of argy-bargy, you think, going in? No, I think the 771 ended up spinning. The 165 really had nowhere to go. That's kind of the call over the radio now, is to see.
Yeah, and just looking back through the field, we were talking earlier about some the Black Group race that we had yesterday. We had a lot of people that didn't actually take the green flag, one of those being the 915 of Mike Kelly. He's now running your overall leader in SP3. He's got 1.7 seconds. He started in second behind the 5 of Ken Agnew, but a great opening lap from him to get ahead. I think he was one of the ones that dove into the corner. I saw in the opening going into the braking zone and one, there was a lot of smoke, a lot of cars locking up there, but managed to get up the inside, and he's now your leader in SP3. Also going back to the start, Robbie Wilson in the 29. He's been great on the starts all weekend
long.
Yeah, he's a really good driver.
Yeah, he is, and he gets on the power really quick and just comes over and covers off everybody, and there's just he's fantastic every single time, and he's already built up now. He just came across the line last time by a 2:09. Now 7 seconds the gap already to Rob Walker.
Yeah, Chris Kiefer in the chat has asked if somebody could radio Rob Walker and tell him to go a little faster. Like, I'm sure he's going as fast as he can right now, not to let Robbie Wilson go away. So. Looks like that 771 that we had that spun down in a turn 1 there, down near the horseshoe. Looks like he may have a little bit of additional difficulties because he has really fallen down. He was sitting in 8th right there in that spec Boxster. He's now dropped all the way down to 11th.
Well,
so it looks like,
we're just getting word, and the announcer's curse seems to follow James Pardue as this weekend continues. Over at turn 9, coming right by South Bend, getting word that Mike Kelly in the 915 machine may have just pulled his car off track there. So the green 1987 Porsche 944, it looks like his race may be done. He's got some mechanical.
Greg, I think it was also in SP3 yesterday. I think that was on Ken Agnew, who was leading.
Yes.
So maybe I should just stop talking about SP3 for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah,
they might have some stern words to say.
I'm sure that's not what the folks over at the club office would like to hear, but we're just not gonna talk about that classic.
well, yeah, we're not talking about Kenagina, so not right now because he is now leading. As we go back to the in-car here, and Alex, we're kind of looking at Dad here, and you can see on his dash where he is, a tenth faster.
He's doing good
on this lap alone. So looks like he's going to be able to control some of the.
I was looking at his dash where it said, "Don't hit stuff."
Yeah, well, I was looking at that. I didn't want to bring that up.
You can't remind yourself too much.
No, exactly.
So it looks like Ed Dunn just went past him, kind of coming down the backstretch, down by Madison Avenue. There's Ed Dunn. There is Ryan just now going through the roller coaster headed down into Hawkpen. So we'll have to see what his lap time does because, again, he was on that on a faster lap than his 2:14.067. Hopefully he can make it stick through turn 17 and go a little bit faster there.
It looks like in the last few laps, Tim Nagy got around him. Fun fact, Joel Aliman, he goes by Jojo. This is his first time racing a Boxster with PCA. Wow. He's one of the mechanics over at Provost. He's one of my guys. So, and he's really fast.
as we're seeing, more faster than Dad.
Dad just went 2:13.8, which is, I think, his fastest lap of the weekend, I think, right now from what I saw. And look, he's getting even faster. So that car, where it struggled early on when we were watching it, his hands were kind of doing, when you're racing these, it's kind of quiet hands means it's a pretty good settling car. When your hands are moving all over that steering wheel, it's just a rough ride. It seems like it's coming in now a little bit more as this race is starting to go on with just under 17 minutes left.
And the track is getting a lot slippier as the day goes on, we've all been noticing.
So the track is going because of the heat. The sun is coming, and again, as James mentioned earlier, there's really not a cloud in the sky. This track, what ends up happening is the hotter it gets, the slicker it gets, right? It becomes unbearable. I know I've been out here, Greg's been out here, along with some others. It really can get pretty slippery out here.
This track, it's known for being very greasy. The last time it was paved was back in 2017. Yeah. So the pavement has been polished down quite a bit now here in the past. What are we looking? 9 years. Just saw the number 48 machine come down the pit lane, Brian, and head back to the paddock. That's Ari German. That car was originally registered under Richard Glickel for this weekend. Richard didn't race the car yesterday. We got word that Ari would be running it for the rest of the weekend, and apparently something not to his liking. So he takes the GT5 986 machine back to the paddock.
And Alex, I actually wanted to ask because in addition to the heat that we've had, it's been very, very windy out there. Not as bad. Not as bad today, but yesterday was really gusty. What is that like from your point of view?
I mean, with the 911, especially because it's my first full time in the car, I don't really have much to compare it to. But and there's not as much. I mean, we do have the big wing. I have a big whale tail on the back of the car. Right. But I can't imagine for the Cup cars that are going really fast and have the crazy aero. I'm sure they're feeling it. I actually haven't spent that much time at VIR. This is only my second time here.
Oh, okay.
So For me, I haven't really seen the issue, but I'm also a little bit distracted by figuring out how to turn the car. So I'm less worried about the wind.
One thing at a time.
Yeah, for the boxers, I'm sure they're not feeling the wind too bad, but for those cars with the big arrow on it with the wings that can catch the wind, I'm
Catch all
sure
the crosswinds,
I'm sure they're
exactly.
they're feeling it, especially on the straights.
Speaking about those slippery boxsters, Robbie Wilson in the 29, now 11 seconds over the rest of the field. It's pretty consistently down in the high 209s, low 210s for him in Spec Porsche Boxster. Super unfortunate for Mike Kelly. I know he was really happy to get back out there. So your leader, the number 5, now 8 seconds over the field.
Guess nobody's radioed into Rob Walker because Chris wants him to go faster. So.
That's right. And with Mike Kelly retiring early, Kenagina, your leader in SP3, I'm afraid to say this, he now has, I believe, somewhere close to 10 seconds on John Payton, who is currently running second in the number 1 machine. Gary Stanberry running third in the 026. Both of them racing in Porsche 968s. Kenagina in his typical blue 1989 Porsche 944. In GTB1, it is Ed Dunn, your leader, with 9 seconds now over Ken Pryor. Chuck Palmer, another about 2.5 seconds back from there. But it's looking like a real good battle for third, Brian, as we've got a driver off over by Oak Tree.
Yeah, we'll get that call here in a second. It's going to come through. I guarantee you that's going to be coming through here momentarily. We'll see which car that. Yeah. Sounds like that's the 103 that
that's
went
Amy Burgess in her 2010 Porsche Cayman, one of the GTB1 machines. She was running 8th in class in what is a very large 12-car field at the time. We'll see where she ends up here. And I was going to mention this great fight between Palmer and Alray for third in GTB1. And now just in the last lap, we see Alray has actually dropped almost 2 seconds off the pace here. And he's under attack right now from Mike McMenamin, currently running 5th in classes. We just had another car retire back to the paddock. Brian, I don't know if you saw the number.
Peter Havestad.
Havestad in the 28 car, yeah.
And again, he was running 12th in class on that GTB1. So again, struggling there. His last lap time was at 3 minutes, but that's coming down the pit road.
Right.
So, some of our GTB1 cars, especially Ed Dunn, Kenneth Pryor, and even now in the 55 of Chuck Palmer, they're starting to run into the back half of this field where they're having to really start making some evasive moves to get around some of these spec boxers going through there. So you don't want to mess up their race either, but you want to be able to work to get around, and that's kind of being predictable when you're out there on the racetrack of where you're going to be. Ed will or these other overtaking cars, they'll move themselves to get around you when they have that extra speed.
We've got 2 cars off by turn 1 now. Car 3 and also the 648. It looks like we had contact between the 2 cars. The 648 car trying to make its way back to the track surface. We think it's going to continue, and it sounds like the number 3 machine on its way. The number 3, that's Wayne Parks in the GTB1 black Porsche Cayman. And the 648 machine.
Paul Van Eden.
Yeah, Paul Van Eden. And let's do this, Brian. Let's jump up, and if you don't mind, we're going to jump towards the front of the field here. That's we've got the black Cayman of Ed Dunn.
Yeah.
We're going to see him coming into turn 3 momentarily. He's starting to work through some of the slower traffic at the back of the field there. He's got a little bit over 6 seconds on the rest, but there you go. The lead car there, black with the orange numbers on the side. That's the number 98 machine of Ed Dunn. He's your overall leader. It'll be a little while. We've got a waving yellow there over at turn 5. All right, Brian, just one moment here.
Yep.
We're going to get some information on what's happening over there, turn 5 into Snake in just a moment. But first, let's make a call to the grid for our next group.
Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. First call to the grid for red group. First call to the grid for red group.
All right, as we're trying to get some information on...
I think it's still the 648 trying to get through and trying to get up there. I think it...
that they were covering him with a
Well, I think he kind of went off again, still having a little bit more difficulty, so kind of went up, and now he looks like he's in the backstretch, headed up through there. So we'll have to see. I think that again, trying to continue, but looks like he's pulled off over there in turn 5.
That's what I think. That's why they were covering him with the yellow flag over there versus a white flag, which normally denotes a slower moving vehicle.
Yeah.
And it sounds as though the number 16 is now we're starting to see some issues with a slick track here, as we just had the number 16 machine go off at turn 1 under braking, and could very well be kind of what we were talking about as far as lift off oversteer going into that corner. There is maybe that transition from brake back to gas is catching some people off.
I was definitely feeling the slipperiness in turn 1 earlier.
Yeah, and usually, of course, a racer is going to want to, especially for a big corner like that, be able to open up the corner as much as possible, use as much of the track, and probably the slickest part of the entry into turn 1 is actually all the way at the very edge of the pavement. You're going to find most racers normally want to enter the corner from about, I'd say, half a car width, maybe even a little bit more to drivers right going in there, and especially under racing conditions, it will catch people out as you just don't think of that.
And now I'm getting here where attrition is really started to happen.
Okay.
Now I'm hearing the 707 of Daniel Judge has now pulled off, I believe, down near turn 7 as well. So looks like we're gonna keep going and let him sit. Yeah.
Let him watch what could have been.
There's not much time left, Greg. There's about 8 minutes left to go. So, barring anything else, I mean, it looks like a lot of our leaders putting in great times up on. Robbie Wilson still extending his gap. I think in SPC, Matt DeStefano in the 93. I think that might be our closest lead battle. That's 4.2 seconds. I was trying to pick up Joel Ehlman and Alex O. They were having a good fight, but I'm not sure. I mean, with a group this big, basically from 5 minutes into the race, we already saw the out-of-class traffic mixing up, but Joel Ehlman now able to pull about 3 seconds over Alex O in the 79.
Wow.
Okay, what I'd like to do, maybe we can have, we'll try and work this out for Spencer so he can get us this fight. It's been very close. This is actually right in the middle of the Spec Boxster pack. Lawson Wilder in the 16 car, as well as Dan Rubel in the 771. The Wilder car is blue. The
Wilder car is white. It's the white with the Red Bull logo on it.
Okay, I'll take your word for it because I believe the Rubel car is red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
And we'll try and pick them up here in just a moment.
So there goes Robbie Wilson. So they should be under the backside here, coming through. I think right now coming up the back stretch. So we'll try to pick them up here.
As a matter of fact, so Spencer, if this helps, we just had a pink car go up to the top of the roller coaster, up in the 14. It is the 2 cars directly behind the pink car.
Yep, right there, coming to the top of the hill.
Yep, coming down the hill now.
Just behind the car with the wing right there. So. Those 2 right there. That first white one should be Lawson Wilder than the 771. Remember, the 771, he had an incident early on going down into turn 1, down into the horseshoe.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for red group. Second call to the grid for red group.
I was just seeing on the straight too, Ryan Farragut and Tamer were really close.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was looking at. Tim Nagy and Ryan were within a tenth of each other at that point.
There's the battle right there. Spencer just came through our shot. The black and orange Boxster as well as the pink Boxster
should be headed up through the S's now.
Yeah, I think we just
there they go right there.
Close.
Right there is their nose and tail. So one of them is also our camera car, so I hate to actually cheer on Tim Aralbeg in the pink car, but if he can get around that orange 291.
It's rough up the S's trying to pass and stuff.
Oh,
Scary stuff up there.
Yeah, it really, because of how much of a load it puts on the car, it's not something you want to go side by side. The car that's trailing right behind him, which is out of class, would absolutely love for you to go through the S's side by side, because you can probably make up around 15 car lengths.
I wonder if they'll be able to use that fast car lapping them for Tamer to get around.
Somebody probably will, right? We had talked about this earlier on, the famous 4-letter word. When you're using that, and that is the PICK, that you use in the car, it's like, oh, I use it. And that's a perfect example of, using that speed. And again, Ryan getting faster here.
Yeah.
He's picked up, and I think that's probably from, that's the Tim Nagy machine, I believe, in front of him.
No,
that's not Tim right there?
No,
Tim is the multicolored puzzle car.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, that I think that's actually a lap, some lap track.
Maybe a lapper?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, it's really close between the two of them.
Yeah.
It looks like he's getting held up by the lap traffic.
Yeah, it is.
Definitely.
That driver locked up going into the top of the hill there before they went down the roller coaster.
Yeah, and that's one of our ME1 Boxsters, in that livery, and I believe that's Chris Fahey, currently running 4th in ME1.
It's gonna get tight coming into turn 1.
The ME1 car kind of gave it completely up and moved completely out of the way.
Yeah, he managed to stay single file, but he was down. He was up like 2/10 on his best lap time, and then you saw +3 on the screen. So about half a second he lost. It was a little wiggle there. Keeps it nice and clean though as they come out of NASCAR. Behind them, the 165 still looking. Oh, a little bit of an
Ryan's
off
off in
there.
the grass.
Ryan off.
Whoa. Uh-oh, Tamer's going to get him on that one.
No, he kind of shut the door on Tamer there a little bit.
Yeah.
Kind of coming through. Tamer's going to have to get back in line. Again, another car coming up behind him there.
It's that ME1 they passed, too.
Yeah,
Still
that ME1
behind
coming back up through there. So, he's just kind of sitting back. Hopefully he just sits back and says, I'm not going to get involved in that battle. But
You would hope.
Yeah.
And it's getting down to the seconds with this one.
Great car control to come through there to get up on that curb like that and be able to hold on to it, because usually what ends up happening is that car wants to break free all the way through there. So
We're in the oak tree?
yeah, we are in the oak tree right here. So good exit off of there, looks like.
And a very good defensive line coming out of South Bend for him to just shift the car over about a half a car width to make Tamer think a little bit more whether or not he wanted to shoot up the inside coming through turn 11 and into the Oak Tree Bend.
Looks like one of our GB1 cars as well going to get in front of them coming down the hill. So yeah, pretty good thing to move over and let that car go. Now you focus back in coming down through the roller coaster. And if you haven't been on the roller coaster, if you're watching on the stream and you say, well, from a TV angle, it doesn't look like it's that big, as Alex rolls her eyes. It is almost a 3-story drop.
This is actually better than what our external camera showed, that you can kind of see it here. It's actually still going downhill through this little bend here. Have just gotten word that the next time our overall leader, which at the moment is Ed Dunn, and with almost 6.5 seconds on the rest of the field, the GTB1 Porsche Cayman racer, the next time he crosses the start-finish line, he's going to get the 1-to-go signal here. So just another 17 turns and 3.27 miles. Just had somebody go off at turn 1 and has managed to recover. We'll try and get the number on that for you, but somebody did not go for a swim in the Dan, so we're in good shape.
Yeah, a lot of offs down into. I'm just wondering, we've been talking about the heat. It's like down into turn 1. Is it bad down there?
It's real bad. It's not great.
I was wondering. A lot cleaner through there on that run for Ryan.
All right, so Ed Dunn comes down the front straight now, and he starts his very last lap. He's going down into turn 1 now. The black car there turning into turn 1 is done. Sees Ken Pryor chop his lead down by just a little bit, only about half a second, still 6 seconds separating our first and second place racers, both of them in the GTB1 class. It's another 6 seconds back to Mike Meneman in third. So huge chasm there between our top 3 racers. And now look, once again, as we come up into turn 11 there, once again, Alex,
Ryan
your dad
Farragut,
has to make a little defensive move, and it looks like he's got that move covered.
Maybe he knows because we're all watching him. He's driving.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Third and final call to the grid for Red Group. Third and final call for Red Group.
All right, as they come down the backstretch, up the rise and into turn number 14, there they are, side by side, door to door.
Coming into the
Farragut's
roller
got
coaster.
the position. Well, he had the position, and here we go. Was there a little touch there? I don't think
No.
so.
So.
Just,
I don't think
just
there was.
a little loose on the back end of Elbaga, but he manages to scoot by there under braking and starting to head down the roller coaster here on the very last lap.
Yeah, this final lap's going to be real close over the checkered.
Well, so it looks like they may get another lap here.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah,
it looks
Oh,
like
got
they
a
may.
gap.
yeah, it looks like they will.
Ed Dunn is now at the top of the hill of the roller coaster coming down, so they're going to get one more lap. Now, that gap opened up last time by to almost a second. So, again, getting through there to make that car handle and last through there. So,
Yeah, you have to give room in that roller coaster for
yes,
passing.
you do. Most definitely.
Definitely slows you down, but safer that way,
All right, so is the number 98 of Ed Dunn. That is the black with orange numbered Porsche Cayman, comes on through the bend on the front straight. Checkered flag is in the air, and your GTB1 winner for the second day in a row, Ed Dunn. Congratulations to him.
He did not win.
He did not. Oh yeah, he didn't take the start yesterday.
He didn't even take the start. So he
Well,
won in his own right, but Kenneth Pryor was
he
the
won
one
the
who-
pole.
He won the pole.
That's right. Ken Pryor won yesterday. That's right.
Looks like Ryan's catching up to Tamer.
Yeah, it looks like we have another run here, and this was going to be for, I believe, fourth in sixth in Spec Boxer. So
All right, so as we're watching this online here, so Dunn is your winner. Ken Pryor, who was yesterday's winner, finished second. Mike Meneman finished in third. Chuck Palmer, fourth. Del Rey, fifth. All of those drivers in GTB1, with Mitch Bowling finishing in sixth, also in GTB1. Let's jump back to the action here in Spec Boxer.
It looks like Elbaga's got some out-of-class traffic up ahead of him, so that hopefully will give Ryan a bit of a shot as they head down the back straightaway, trying to tuck in, maybe get a little bit of slipstream, but a decent gap there. I think just caught him up. It was an almighty lunge
Yes.
into the top of the hill. That was very, very well handled going
just
down the
send it.
outside. Yeah.
And Tamer and Ryan are good friends. We're all in the same, we're paddock together. So
Yeah.
it'll be a fun conversation after the race for sure.
And Tamer's starting to walk away just a little bit from Dad here as they come down the hill. And again, this is the battle right now for sixth in Spec Boxster. Just ahead, we have Robbie Wilson. He has already taken the checkered flag. He's your winner in Spec Boxer with Rob Walker second. Joe Ailman comes across the line in third. Alex will finish fourth. Tim Nagy in fifth. And Tamer Albago, he will finish sixth ahead of Ryan Farragut as they come
Super
underneath the checkered flag. Daniel Rubel in the 771 car will finish eighth, with Lawson Wilder ninth. John Haas will round out the top 10 in Spec Boxster. In GT3, John Dunsky will take the win over Steve Garrison in the G class. Colin Doherty takes the win over Michael Gershon, margin of victory 20 seconds. In SP3, Kenagina takes the win over John Payton, with Gary Stanberry finishing in third. In ME1, Gene Raimondi takes the win 15 seconds to the line before Don Holmes, with Frank Osborne finishing in third. In SP2, Joe Dillon, your sole racer in class. It is 1989 Porsche 944. In Spec Cayman, Matt DiStefano takes the win over Nathan Stiles. This is one that it really closed down at the end. Only 9/10 of a second separating first and second in Spec Cayman. I apologize for not bringing you a little bit more of that action. Eric Hortsoy will finish in third, 16 seconds back, with Patrick James finishing in fourth. In the H class, Ryan McGrath will take the win in his 2008 997 911, and then Terrence Judge finishing in second. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our Black Run group for their second sprint of the weekend. We're going to see them a little bit later today. They'll be back at 3:40 this afternoon for their final sprint race this weekend. We want to thank Alex Farragut for
Thank
joining us in the
you.
booth today. And congratulate your father on all, and make sure he watches the stream
He
so
will.
he catches all
They
of his
were
camera
rewatching
time.
them last night already.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right, so what we got coming up is we've got our red group. That's going to be all the cup cars. These are the real ground pounders, the fastest of the fast here in Porsche Club of America Club Racing. But first, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you all the coverage here from Virginia International Raceway and the 2025 Rumble at the Old Oak Tree on Driver's Eye Live. We'll be right back.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. It is the Rumble at the Old Oak Tree, presented by the Porsche Club of America and PCA Club Racing. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati and James Pardue. And next up is our red groups. I said it's the big, the powerful, the 911 Cup cars, primarily a number of different classes here. We're going to give you the starting order as they make their way around for their pace lap. Let's take a look at that starting order now. Starting on row 13. We'll start there. Okay, there we go. Let's start there instead. Your pole sitter today, Rami Farid, and this is actually a split start. This is exactly what I want to say. This is a split start with our GTD 2, 3, 4, etc., as well as GT2 cars in the rear group and all the other cars up front. Let's give you GT2, 3, and GT2. On the pole, it's going to be Rami Farid in the number 53 2024 GT4 RS Club Sport with Mark Calzaretta also in GTD3, also running GT4 RS Club Sport. Then on row number 2, Tom Burke. He's in the number 77 machine, also in a Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport with Chris Dooley in the number 751 machine. He starts 4th. Starting on the inside of row number 3, it's Dominique Lequeux. She starts in the number 301 machine with Ray Ramirez starting in 6th. On the inside of row number 4, Jason Phillips in the number 64 machine. Most of these GTD3 machines, they are GT4 Club Sport Caymans. David Harrington will start in 8th position. He's our pole sitter, I believe, in GTD2, and he is running a 2020 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Then we got Mark Cook starting in 9th. Also in GTD2 in the number 581 machine, and we move over back to GTD3, and it's Jeffrey Isringhausen starting in 11th position. It's going to be Nicholas Giguere in the number 111 GTD2 GT4 Club Sport with Robert G starting 12th, driving the number 527 machine. Starting in 13th position, it's going to be Charlie Craig driving the number 76 GTD3 Club Sport with Brianna Ogden. And we should have some onboard video from Brianna this weekend, as well as our pole sitter for our front group here, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you both here during this race. Starting in 15th position, it's Joseph Petkis in the number 83 Club Sport with Scott Baer starting in 16th position. Now let's move over to our front group with Bob Mueller starting on pole with a qualifying time of 149.597. He's in the 128 GT4R machine with Corey Friedman starting to his left. He's in the number 01 GTA3 2019 GT3 Cup car. That's the red machine. We got Joel Johnson, and that's Brianna Ogden. We got Joel Johnson in the number 207 red and white GT3 Club's GT3 machine with Colin Mazzola starting in 4th. John Getz will start 5th. He's in the number 57 car, the purple people eater. That's a 2024 992 Cup car with Kevin Roush starting 6th. He's in the number 960 machine in the green, black, and white machine. Then we got Troy Peterson. He starts 7th in the 277 gray and red 2019 991.2 machine. Bela Stanko will start 8th. Bela's in the number 20 white 2019 991.2 Cup car, looking for another class win today here in GTC 7. And then we got Rami Farid. Rami's in the number 53 GTD2 Cayman with Joseph Viola starting 10th in the number 262, the yellow 2022 992 Cup car. Aubrey Boot will start 11th in the 027 machine with TJ Larson starting in 12th. The field now makes their way around the bend here on the front straight of Virginia National Raceway with the green flag in the air. We are racing, gentlemen, as they head down to turn 1, as it's been pretty much all weekend. Bob Mueller in the number 128 black and teal 2017 GT3R machine takes the point.
Tell you what, Corey Freeman's not going to go away quickly there, Greg. He is going to try to push Bob Mueller as hard as he can coming down through the horseshoe, but it is going to end up being Bob Mueller as they come through NASCAR bend and make that left-hand turn to go through the left hook. Corey Freeman's going to drop in. Then you got the 207 there, Joel Johnston Then Colin Mazzola in that 251 machine, trying not to let Mueller get too far out, as our second group now is getting ready to come down the front stretch here, and they're getting ready to take the green.
All right, as our second group now comes around the bend, green flag is in the air. Great jump from the outside of the front row there, Brian, as they start to make their way down into turn number 1.
Tell you what, Robert Gee did not get the start. I think he may have missed a shift, or maybe he was still reeling from lunch, because he did not go anywhere. They had to split him going through there as they head down into the horseshoe and get ready to come up to NASCAR Bend here. We're going to see whether or not that works. We're going to go too wide, just a little bit further back here, but they're going to turn around and get single file as quickly as to, so the leaders are not going to go out by themselves.
All right, and we do have a local caution over at turn 11 coming into the Oak Tree Bend. Looks like we've got a car off over there, maybe the 27 car.
Looks like the 27 may have happened down in turn 1 with the 76.
Calzaretta and GTD3 had a great start. We saw him hanging around the outside already in that blue machine on the screen right now coming through the shot. He's already put out quite a decent gap over Remy Farid. Farid had the inside line going into 1, but Calzaretta had that extra grip around the outside. And Greg and Brian, these guys, I know all the racers here are itching to race, but these guys especially, their race yesterday got cut quite short, so it's very exciting to see these guys out here now for their 30-minute race here today.
Yeah, they, as a matter of fact, even in their qualifying session, got cut short yesterday. Do some things. So these guys really haven't had much track time on here. So we're going to get that 30-minute race in here one way or the other. These guys are going to learn a lot about their car. Again, have not been able to get a full session out here.
Looking to GTC 8 on timing and scoring, looks like Colin Mazzola, who was up in front, is now running dead last in that category. I don't know if that's the white 992 Cup car.
So 251, that is Colin Mazzola, as you just said. So he is the car that went off at 11.
Oh, did he? Okay.
So I'm not sure if he has continued. We also had the 27 and the 76 down in turn 1 on the start there. They may have had a little bit of contact and went off. Still trying to check some more on that. So looks like we also have the 527 machine. That car is down off of turn 1. I think he has continued as well. So again, a lot of individuals having some problems down there in turn 1, down near the horseshoe, as this race got going. So hoping we can continue to stay green all the way through.
And guys, I just wanted to bring up, yesterday we talked about it because
we're now going to a full course caution, Greg, and I think that could be down because of what's happening down in the horseshoe down there.
Down over turns 1 and 2. Well, this will be a perfect time as we do go to a full course caution to talk about. So yesterday, towards the end of our broadcast, we received word of who the Workers' Choice Award winner was for the first of the 3 Silver Group sprint races. Well, since then, we've received information about our Workers' Choice winners for yesterday's black group and also for this run group, for this group, the red group. And I wanted to acknowledge and congratulate these racers from black group from their sprint race yesterday. Ken Pryor, driver of the number 818 machine, he was your Workers' Choice winner. And from the red group, this group here, the Workers' Choice Award winner went to our current leader, Bob Mueller, in the number 128 2017 Porsche GT3R. So congratulations to them. The Workers' Choice Award being the perhaps the most cherished of all awards given to our Porsche racers over the course of a race weekend. And so as you'll see here, that's session presented by Pirelli Race Tire, Pirelli being one of the official tires of the Porsche Club of America, as the rest of the field now lines up behind the Porsche Cayenne safety car provided by, and I want to thank this wonderful dealer that's provided our safety car this weekend. It is Porsche of Virginia Beach.
Yes. So again, James, these guys again not getting a whole lot of race time here. These guys have got to start getting starting to become a little frustrated.
Yeah, it should be a quick cleanup. Though. I think it's just one car down there in turn 1, so hopefully we'll get back racing. But kind of a break for Colin Mazzola. I believe he is still running because I'm seeing him still put laps in on timing and scoring. So not sure how much traffic out of class he has now between him and the rest of the field. He was nearly 30 seconds adrift from the next closest GTC 8 runner, Rick Stafford, in the 999. So that'll help him close up a little bit. John Gotts in the 57 was 3.1 seconds ahead of Joseph Viola. That's the battle for the lead in GTC 8. But yeah, this bunches the field right back up, and it's a huge field of cars. So even with 23 minutes remaining, I'm sure we'll start to see cars mixing up once we get a little bit further to the green flag running, but hopefully not too long of a cleanup down there in turn number 1.
Yeah, one of the cars that we talked about earlier on with that spin in that 527, Robert Gee, I did see him come down the pit lane. Not sure if he went back out. I know he came into the pits and his crew or somebody was looking at the car. It looks like he may have made that right-hand turn. I don't see him completing a lap at all within this race. So unfortunate for Robert there. We also heard down in 1 the 555 there. I believe that is, let's see who that is. We run that down here. That is Noam Elo. He also had a spin down there in turn 1. So a lot of stuff going on down in turn 1, down near the horseshoe in this group, Greg. It seems like, again, with the limited amount of track time going on and down there, and we talked about the track conditions getting, because as this track gets a little slippery here, guys drivers having a little bit of a problem negotiating turn 1 today.
Yeah, indeed. Now, we did have a little bit of precipitation last night, not much. And when I say not much, it was, I don't know, just a tiny little drizzle for about 5 minutes. I don't think it would have affected the grip levels, especially after we've had all of the groups this morning have warm-ups as well. But we are going back to green flag racing as our racers now picking up speed on the front straight. And all those yellow flags, they're down. We're back to green flag racing. I want to thank the great folks with the emergency services teams here at Virginia International Raceway for clearing those incidents so quickly, James.
Yeah, Mark Calzaretta now closed up Remy Farid. He had about 1.3, 1.4 seconds, but your top 3 in GTD3 all within a second of one another. Tom Burke in the 77. That is the white Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport making his way. So yeah, your top 3, that had spread out to about 5 seconds, but that's the effect of the safety cars. You had somebody maybe start to run away with it, and those restarts could just make all the difference in the world. So Remy Farid trying to make up ground on Calzaretta in the blue number 17.
Well, again, if you're sitting back there, right, with such a large field here, your leader Bob Mueller, he took the green flag. You're still back up there at Hog Pen. When those double yellow flags drop at any of those stations, that means that track is green. You are able to pass wherever you can.
Right, it's not like Formula One where you have to wait till you get back to the start-finish line to start a pass.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, absolutely. So you technically can just go from there, and you're going to see guys, or drivers, I should say, not guys, but you're going to see drivers. They're going to understand that. They know that. Everybody should know that. But you'll see drivers that'll just not be ready to know that a green flag is coming out, and you're basically kind of sitting duck there. Somebody goes around you, and there's nothing really you can do.
And Brian, with a field this big too, when they're all single file like that, Mueller's already out on the front straightaway. You could be halfway through a corner when all the guys are ready to start getting on the gas. So you can really get left out in an unfortunate spot. So we see Bob Mueller come back across the line to put his first flying lap of this restart on the board. He's got Corey Friedman right on his tail as they head into turn number 1. That's your overall leaders in GTA 3. Not sure if the pass got done. 128 of Bob Mueller had Corey Friedman only 2/10 behind him. As we look into NASCAR, we'll see who's out in front. Looks like it's still Bob Mueller able to fend off the 01 as they head through turns number 4. I think they got side by side into turn 1, but Mueller able to hang it around the outside and keep the position for now. That's still your overall leader in GTA 3.
We do have a waving or a standing yellow there coming out of the left hook. We're trying to see that one where that is. It looks like we may have had a car that may have gone off there. So we'll see.
Keep looking at GTA 3. Friedman still on the back of Mueller as they crest the hill into the hard braking zone there where Oak Tree used to be. Corey Friedman, a little healthy of gap as they come out of the turn onto the back straightaway.
Yeah, and it was very good there that he had enough of a gap there, James, to kind of go an under braking, not worry about coming right into the back bumper of the Mueller machine. Was able to carry a little bit of speed through the corner there and maybe make up maybe a little bit of ground on the back straight as they come now at the end of Madison Avenue up to the top of the roller coaster.
He was very close before we cut away there, but I don't think Mueller lost the position. Yeah, still out in front, but Friedman almost pushing Mueller down. Once they got into the braking zone, there could have been more than 1 or 2 feet between them coming back across the line. This will be a good opportunity to pass in turn 1. That hard braking zone, we've seen a lot of action there all weekend long.
Yeah, you talk about those two cars right there. The guy sitting in third overall, Joel Johnson, in that GTA 4 machine, in that red and white one as well. He's kind of just sitting back. He's actually just as quick as those two, especially when they come down the hill, down the backstretch and then down the roller coaster. Just as quick. It's where we get on the front stretch and we get down the backstretch where he loses. You can see here as they go into left hook, and now they're getting ready to go up through the S's. You'll see where Joel Johnson, he's definitely going to close that gap. But James, the driver on the move right now is John Getz in that GTC 8 in that purple machine, sitting 4th overall. He has closed the gap on those front 3 cars by about almost half a second just on that lap alone. So we'll see whether or not John Getz is going to be able to reel those front 3 in. There you see him a little bit further back. That's the 960 there of Jack Roush in that GTA 2 machine in that green, black, and white one. So again, our front 5 cars, again, different classes except for the front 2 between Mueller and Friedman. They're starting to reel everybody in after that yellow. So tires are starting to become more and more involved in this. And again, these drivers really haven't had a full session, right? So now we're getting to that point where now they got to find out what their cars are doing other than their warm-ups this morning.
Yeah, finally getting into the rhythm. And Brian, you were just speaking about John Getz. Last time by, he actually just put in the fastest lap of anybody out there, a 1:51.6. And with Mueller and Friedman out in front, they're not setting their best lap times because they're busy fighting each other. So that's what's creating that tight pack at the front. Friedman with another good run down the front straightaway. We'll look into the braking zone, see if he's got to move. Mueller early to cover off that inside line. Friedman's had to take the outside almost every single time, and Mueller's able to fend off any moves into the braking zone. Don't think Friedman's going to be able to get it done this time by. He'll have to go single file, slot back in. You can see the gap that he builds back up already through NASCAR and heading into turn 4.
Yeah. Getting word there on turn 10 up there at the top, the 41, Nick Palsnick, he has gone off but continued. So again, these drivers really pushing the limit on these cars.
Yeah, great battle. Looking to see Mueller there. I'm not sure where they are. The leaders in GTD3, that's Mark Calzaretta in the 17. That's the blue came in GT4, and Tom Burke in the white came in GT4. They're having a good battle as well. That top 3, and the 199, Jeffrey Isringhausen, is only 7/10 off of that battle as well. So we'll try and pick that up. They should be somewhere towards the front as we see Mueller stretching out pretty well, actually. That's a much bigger gap than he had last time coming down the back straightaway, Brian. That was a good exit out of Oak Tree there.
Yeah, really got some drive off there out of Oak Tree, and we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to hold it, because that is where, you get Corey Freeman. He closes that up when we get to the top of the hill. When we get to that top of the hill, it tends to be where he closes in. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to do this. So Mueller with a pretty good lap. It'd be interesting to see on his lap time here if he goes faster than his fastest lap of that 1:51.966.
Yeah, definitely a much bigger gap. You can see just there, Brian, as they come across the screen, how much bigger the gap is. A good run off that final turn. Nothing that Friedman could do going into there. I believe that was Calzaretta that just came past us now. If we keep looking into turn 1, that's the battle there. Tom Burke was catching up. I think 3/10 still the gap, so Calzaretta able to hold off. So that's just behind this pack that we're watching right now, Brian. There goes Mueller and Friedman, our leaders in GTA 3, and then further back coming out of NASCAR right there. I think that's a three-way battle for your lead in GTD 3. Yeah, right there, the blue car, Calzaretta there, followed by Burke and Istringhausen.
Take a look at that. I think that blue and yellow one, the one that you're seeing there on the screen, that may be the 262 there, Joseph Viola, in there, because he is right up in there, in seventh overall, along with Belastenko Jr. in that GT7 machine. I think the Mark Calzaretta, the Tom Burke, and the Jeffrey Isringhausen is a little bit further back. Let's look out our window here. I think they should be coming up here momentarily. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, what we have on the screen, and then we'll try to pick up where Calzaretta is. Now that's the Viola car, along with Belastenko, Audrey Bout, and probably TJ Larson right there. But we'll look for that Calzaretta, that blue machine. He should be coming by here momentarily.
Don't look at our overall leaders still. Mueller and Friedman still close to one another. Friedman, they're both in the 151.5s. Actually, last time by, both setting almost identical lap times. Mueller with a 151.588 to Friedman's 151.57. So those guys very, very close on each other as they came by the start-finish line last time by, Brian.
Yeah.
And as we look at that and the times that these cars are putting down, we were talking during our silver group, our first race of the day, how blindingly fast our leaders are going as they were hitting the 1:59 and 2-minute mark here. And to look at this modern day machinery, which is running almost 9 seconds a lap faster, over 3.27 miles. As we've got the 17 car, Brian, going into turn 1.
Just now heading down into turn 1.
That's the Calzaretta machine.
That's the Calzaretta machine, and then Tom Burke along with Jeffrey Isringhausen. Looks like Isringhausen tried to make a move there on Burke as they went down into the horseshoe down there 1 and 2. We'll see whether or not he's able to make that stick. I don't believe he's going to make that there. Here comes Calzaretta now coming out of NASCAR. There you see another run. Oh, one of them gets really, really loose right there. That may have been the Tom Burke machine in that 77 in that white, and I think he's a little white with a little bit of black on him.
Now we also have Matthias Schaub, who's in a GTC 7 class machine in a white Cup car, and I'm just wondering where he is mixed in this fight, because I thought he was actually sitting between Burke and Istringhausen.
Yeah.
Calzaretta doing a good job. I think Tom Burke and Istringhausen duking it out there, starting to let the 17 stretch his legs a little bit. He's coming up to some out of class traffic, and Tom Burke there a little bit further back than he was a few laps ago. Like 2 or 3 laps ago, those top 3 were all within a second of each other. But yeah, Calzaretta coming up on that out of class traffic, and now we've had well over 10 minutes of green flag running, Brian. So we really are going to start to see these classes mix it up with each other.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're going to get Freeman and Mueller. They're going to start really coming up in the back, and that, like you just said, James, that's going to actually play into some of these other races. Again, I believe there's 9 or 10 different classes in here in this group. So at some point, they're going to start catching. Here comes Calzaretta now. Hits the 3rd car in line right there. That is your leader in the GTD3 class, and then a little bit further back is Tom Burke. Last time it was 0.3 of a second. We'll see what that's opened up as Burke pulls away from Isringhausen at the start-finish line by about another 1/10.5. So having a look at, looks like Calzaretta's going to try to go by that car, kind of separate himself and put some of those cars in between both him and Tom Burke.
All right, Brian, getting word that we've got a white flag being displayed over turn 1. The number 91 machine off the pace going through the horseshoe, and there he is now. Actually, he made it through the NASCAR bend as he tries to bring that car back home. The 91 machine, that is, I'm trying to get, I don't see a 91 machine, Brian. Or is it the 5-1 possibly? I think it's the 5-1 of Ray Ramirez.
It's the 251.
Oh.
It's the 251 that they're talking about. And that, I believe, is actually, if I'm not mistaken, that actually is going to be 251. Well, that's not who I thought it was, so I apologize for that.
We'll
that's
get
Colin Mazzola, who had a problem earlier on as well. So I think that, unfortunately, whatever happened earlier on has now reared its ugly head and gotten back up into there. So,
all right, and we've got a local caution now at turn 1 as we do have a car off there at the end of the front straight. We'll get some more information on that in just a moment.
So here's the Calzaretta battle, and then you've got the Tom Burke and the Isringhausen. The Tom Burke there has got a car in between both him and him and Calzaretta in between there, and then you've got Isringhausen putting the pressure on Tom Burke just behind him.
And attention to the paddock, First call to the grid for HPDE. Looking at GTD3, Calzaretta, Brian, you could see into the braking zone how he's just caught up in that pack battle class traffic cars. He cleared the first that blue and pink car quite easily, but the second car now holding him up, and that has allowed Tom Burke to sort of reel him in, but he's still dealing with the 199 of Isringhausen right behind him. Calzaretta now getting past those cars, finally into some free air, Brian.
Well, he's got the 475 kind of in between there, kind of going through there, Ariel German. And I tell you what, he didn't want to give up that position. I don't think he knows that's not, for in-class battle. But he ended up blocking Tom Burke quite a bit. When I say blocking, kind of took the same line. Right. Burke had nowhere to go, had to get back out of the throttle there. And that's kind of opened that up for Calzaretta. You can see Calzaretta, there he goes now. There's the gap all the way back to the second car, the white and the green car there in line. That is Tom Burke. Last time by it was 0.3 of a second. Now all of a sudden it's almost into a second.
Yeah, I think right as they went into the bottom of the S's, I think that's where Tom Burke lost most of his time. He had to check up a little bit as that car came across in front. So Calzaretta able to breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief now as that gap has gone up quite substantially.
Little bit more information on the Colin Mazzola. It looks like he has a left rear flat tire. So it looks like he's going to be in a safe spot here. He's pulled off kind of in 10, tried to limp that thing all the way back. That flat tire just didn't. Looks like we got the 400 machine on pit road. Looks like his morning session here, or his first session. David Dunnigan looks like he's going to be done a little bit early, and he's in the GTC 6 class. So, again, a little bit difficult there as attrition starting to come in now in this group here. But, going back, James, to that GTD3 class, Calzaretta getting through that, that slower traffic or lap traffic has really kind of opened it up as here they come down. And now it does look like Tom Burke has cleared Ariel German in that 475 machine. And what that's doing now is that is starting to hold up the Isringhausen. Yeah. Now it looks like going down into turn 1, it looks like we may have Corey Friedman getting a hold or getting ahead of Bob Mueller in that 128 machine.
Yeah, Mueller they're both still in the 151s. But yeah, change for the lead.
Yeah,
Corey
there they
Freeman.
are,
And that
right
was that was a
there.
pretty
Yeah.
big gap there that he already
Yeah.
had. They were working through as we're starting to see that laps dwindling down. How much extra traffic they're having to work through now.
Keep in mind, again, other than this morning's practice, Mueller really didn't have all of the, timing that he had out there right now. So we'll have to see kind of what's happening. It looks like maybe our timing and scoring may have gone down. So we'll see whether or not that comes back up here.
Yeah, I think we got it up and
Yep, now we're
it
back
updated
up.
now because I saw that it's Corey Freeman now ahead in 1.5 seconds the gap just in that short time. Last time by, Friedman putting in a 153. Mueller only managing a 155, so 2 seconds over the 128 as they come back down the back straightaway.
Yeah. So there goes the Freeman machine. Now you've got Mueller. He is under battle now from the Joel Johnson. We've seen this battle before, but again, this is the longest they've been on track for quite some time.
Attention in the paddock, judge of the paddock, second call to the grid for HPDE, second call for HPDE.
All right, so we still have a local caution over at turn 1. We've got the 199 car just went off.
That was Jeffrey
Isringhausen,
Yeah.
exactly. And it sounds like he made it all the way down the hill.
Oh.
He's out of our view there, and I think he's actually all the way up by the that he's all. Sounds like he may have recovered, and he may have actually been able to bring his car back. If you take a look at this shot, there he is. He actually worked his way up to turn 3, went around by where those cones are, and he's now back in the paddock.
Yeah, it looks like he had some contact with the tire barrier down there, with the tire wall. So, and was able to get it back out of the horseshoe, get it up into turn 3 there in the NASCAR bend and make that right. There is that cutoff there that you can make and go back behind the wall.
And it sounds like the 0-1 should be getting the white flag next time by. We'll see if Bob Mueller can do anything about that gap. About the same as it was last time, but Mueller's still in that traffic. You can see them coming out of Oak Tree onto the back straightaway now. Pretty sizable gap for your overall leader in the 0-1.
Yeah, and so, as you said, Friedman really starting to stretch things out now over Bob Mueller. Yesterday, Mueller had pretty much an unencumbered run all the way to the checkered flag in what was a race that ended actually only after about 12 minutes or so yesterday. So very, very different conditions here as this is going to go the distance all 30 minutes as they make their way and come down onto the front straight. Yeah, and here he comes, flashing the headlights, letting the slower car, letting the 53 Cayman know that he is coming through. Yep. And so with 1 lap remaining, your leader, Corey Freeman, and good reason he was flashing his lights, he just reset the fast lap of the race, turned in at 151.1, absolutely smoking around here.
Tell you what, that word gets out, everybody's going to be flashing their lights. If you flash your lights, you go faster.
That's how I get in and out of the paddock here in the evenings.
Right, exactly. So it looks like, still getting some word on that Isringhausen incident there. May have gone down. Again, he was battling with Tom Burke in that, in that 77 machine. Just got down into turn 1, just way too hot. Overcooked the brakes, ended up sliding all the way down to the tire barrier. So.
Yeah, let's see. And I know we've got 1 lap remaining. I'd like to see if we can check back in with the GTD3 battle, the blue Cayman of Mark Calzaretta, who we were watching a little bit earlier, as well as Tom Burke in the white number 77 machine. If we can, we'll see if we can
find
pick
out
them
if
up.
we can pick them up when they come by.
Because that battle for the lead was down to less than a second the last time we checked in. And actually, there they are. They were heading down through the roller coaster now, the 2 lead cars that were in that shot. As we can see, about 6 car lengths separating them. Those are not in-class cars directly behind. But
There
right
goes
now,
Calzaretta there.
that's Calzaretta, exactly. He's got about 6 car lengths right now on Tom Burke.
Yeah.
That is without a doubt the closest fight that we've got. In GTC 8, we've got a 22-second gap between John Getz and Price Ford, about 4 seconds in GTD 2 between Nicholas Giguere and Mark Cook. Another 5 seconds in GTC 7 between Troy Peterson and Bela Stanko and TJ Larson, almost 40 seconds on GTC 6. But the checkered flag is in the air, and taking the win today in GTA 3, it is Corey Friedman. Now, Bob Mueller, he tried to make it a game there on the last lap, actually reset the fast lap, turned in a 150.7, but it was only enough to bring him within 1.2 seconds of Friedman, who takes the win. Joel Johnston comes home in third, 4 seconds in arrears. He'll take the win in GTA 4. Your winner in GTC 8 is John Getz. He finishes 4th overall, 11 seconds back. Kevin Roush will take the win in GTA 2. He finishes 5th overall in the number 960 machine. Then we've got Troy Peterson. He'll finish 6th overall, takes the win in GTC 7 over Bela Stanko, as we mentioned, about 7 seconds separating them. Audrey Bout will finish 8th overall, 3rd in GTC 7. With Price Ford finishing 9th in taking the win in, or probably finishing 2nd in GTC 8. TJ Larson in the GTC 6 class wins that class, finishes 10th overall. If we go and break things down by class here, we'll start with again that lead with the overall win. GTA 3, the only competitors in the class, GTA 3. Corey Friedman and Bob Mueller. In GTC 4, Noah Balahu was your sole racer in the class, as Carl Tallardi was your sole racer in GTP 2. In GTC 3, Joe Doria takes the win over Michael Vitz and Rob Perviance, each of those racers finishing a lap down and 2 laps down, respectively. In GTC 6, it was TJ Larson with a 43-second gap back to second-place finisher Edward Baus. Kim Estep will finish in 3rd. David Dunnigan will finish in 4th. Michael Eisenbrown, your sole racer in GTD 1 today. And in GTC 7, as we mentioned, Troy Peterson taking the win, almost 8 seconds over Bela Stanko. Aubrey Bout will finish in 3rd. Robert Wyson will finish in 4th. In GTA 2, Kevin Roush, your sole racer today, with GTD 2 seeing Nicholas Giguere taking the win, 1.5 seconds the gap to Mark Cook, who finishes in 2nd. David Harrington will finish in 3rd. In GTC 8, it is John Getz, as we mentioned, taking the win, with Price Ford finishing approximately 25 seconds back in 2nd. Scott Diger will finish in 3rd. Rick Stafford will finish in 4th. In GTA 4, Joel Johnson was your sole racer. And then finally in GTD 3, Mark Calzaretta expands his lead out to over 3 seconds on that last lap over Tom Burke. Chris Dooley will finish in 3rd. Rami Farid will finish a lap down in 4th. And Brianna Ogden, we want to thank Brianna for providing her in-car video today. She will finish in 5th. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our red sprint race number 2. We've got 3 more races coming up, and that is going to start right around 2:55 p.m. this afternoon, so stay with us. Certainly want to thank you all for joining us for this portion of the sprint racing, and we'll be back for the final 3 sprint races today, and of course tomorrow, endurance racing all day long. You are watching the 2025 Rumble at the Old Oak Tree, presented by the Porsche Club of America here on Driver's Eye Live, and we'll be right back.
With over 200 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube culinary channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing his passion for cooking. Although there are recipes, Paul's emphasis is on easy-to-follow demonstrations using a variety of ingredients and techniques from around the world. Paul's hope is that by using ingredients on hand and making it work, you'll find ways to put your own twists and preferences into his great dishes. Subscriptions are free and always will be, and with new YouTube videos every Saturday, Paul hopes to have you along for the journey of being fearless in the kitchen.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Repaired Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program. HPDE season is here, and First Settlers Region is excited to see you all on track April 25th through 27th. We're fortunate enough to have Virginia International Raceway as our home track, the track Paul Newman called Heaven on Earth. The FSR Spring HPDE at VIR will have an exciting new opportunity. If you are an advanced driver and are interested in becoming an instructor, we will be having a PCA National Instructor Training that will coincide with the HPDE. If you are interested in becoming an HPDE instructor, our CTI will be reviewing registrations. If you are curious about HPDE but are uncertain about committing to an entire weekend, you can come to VIR on Saturday for Intro to DE, a classroom session and a single instructed session on track. Don't forget our Saturday happy hour, a great opportunity to socialize and tell tales about your lap times. Run groups are filling fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Register now to secure your spot on motorsportsreg.com.
Upper Canada region is proud to host the 28th annual Can-Am Challenge Club Race at historic Mosport Raceway in Bowmanville, Ontario, Canada, Thursday, June 26th through 29th. Described by Juan Pablo Montoya as one of the most challenging tracks in the world with its elevation changes and blind corners, it's the fastest track IMSA races on. Another racer described the speed and elevation changes like landing on an aircraft carrier. The perfect high-speed track for any car. Get in gear and set a reminder in clubregistration.net. Registration opens May 12th. Our team is here to answer any of your questions, from border crossing to the best accommodations, to help you plan your trip to our amazing track. Reach out to club-race@pcaucr.org.
Potomac Region's premier event, Porsche Fest, is the weekend of July 25th. Come join our annual family reunion at Summit Point Motorsports Park, where members and enthusiasts across all of our programs, such as driver education, autocross, drive and dine, concourse, and rally, come together for a fun weekend at the track. From the barbecue dinner on Saturday night, taste of autocross, charity laps, to concourse, best of show, and all things Porsche Motorsports, it's always a great time at the track. So let's celebrate all things Porsche at Potomac's Porsche Fest.
HPDE season is here, and First Settlers Region is excited to see you all on track April 25th through 27th. We're fortunate enough to have Virginia International Raceway as our home track, the track Paul Newman called Heaven on Earth. The FSR Spring HPDE at VIR will have an exciting new opportunity. If you are an advanced driver and are interested in becoming an instructor, we will be having a PCA National Instructor Training that will coincide with the HPDE. If you are interested in becoming an HPDE instructor, our CTI will be reviewing registrations. If you are curious about about HPDE but are uncertain about committing to an entire weekend, you can come to VIR on Saturday for Intro to DE, a classroom session and a single instructed session on track. Don't forget our Saturday happy hour, a great opportunity to socialize and tell tales about your lap times. Run groups are filling fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Register now to secure your spot on motorsportsreg.com.
Upper Canada region is proud to host the 28th annual Can-Am Challenge Club Race at historic Mosport Raceway in Bowmanville, Ontario, Canada, Thursday, June 26th through 29th. Described by Juan Pablo Montoya as one of the most challenging tracks in the world with its elevation changes and blind corners, it's the fastest track IMSA races on. Another racer described the speed and elevation changes like landing on an aircraft carrier. The perfect high-speed track for any car. Get in gear and set a reminder in clubregistration.net. Registration opens May 12th. Our team is here to answer any of your questions, from border crossing to the best accommodations, to help you plan your trip to our amazing track. Reach out to club-race@pcaucr.org.
Potomac Region's premier event, Porsche Fest, is the weekend of July 25th. Come join our annual family reunion at Summit Point Motorsports Park, where members and enthusiasts across all of our programs, such as driver education, autocross, drive and dine, concourse, and rally, come together for a fun weekend at the track. From the barbecue dinner on Saturday night, taste of autocross, charity laps, to concourse, best of show, and all things Porsche Motorsports, it's always a great time at the track. So let's celebrate all things Porsche at Potomac's.
If you're a PCA racer, Watkins Glen has got to be on your bucket list of tracks to drive. If you've driven it before, don't miss the chance to come back and improve your times and win on this track where great racers such as Jack Bratham, Sterling Moss, and Dan Gurney found glory. Maybe it's the sheer joy of racing on this superb, well-maintained track with its thrilling elevation changes. We're imagining they're running with Mario Andretti, Jackie Ickx, or Derek Bell that brings out racers from all over the USA and Canada to make this Zone 1 club race one of the largest on the PCA Club Racing circuit. PCA members are welcome to attend and perhaps consider how they may make the transition from driver education to club racing. The fun-filled weekend will include 3 sprint races and 1 65-minute enduro race, along with an advanced solo DE run group. Registration opens on clubregistration.net on April 21st. Experience the ultimate celebration of Porsche passion at the annual PCA Parade. This week-long extravaganza from July 6th to the 12th is a must-attend event for Porsche enthusiasts of all ages, offering a perfect blend of social, competitive, and educational activities. From the Concours d'Elegance to the autocross, to the scenic driving tours, to the tech sessions, to the banquets, to the social events, there's something for everyone. Whether you're a seasoned collector, a weekend racer, or simply love the brand, the PCA Parade is your chance to immerse yourself in a community that shares your passion. Set in Oklahoma City this year, a central location in the United States right along historic Route 66, join us for an unforgettable celebration of everything Porsche. Whether you're polishing your car for the concourse, taking on the autocross course, or joining a scenic driving tour, the PCA Parade promises memories that will last a lifetime. Secure your spot today and join us for a week of excitement, connection, and all things Porsche. To learn more and register, please visit PorscheParade.org.
We're thrilled to announce the highly anticipated Racing of the Spring race at iconic Lime Rock Park, set for April 25th and 26th. This marks the 33rd year of this exciting event, and it's the perfect opportunity to take your Porsche out on the thrilling 1.53-mile road course and experience the rush of racing alongside fellow Porsche enthusiasts. With exhilarating action, breathtaking views, and a vibrant atmosphere, this event is truly one you don't want to miss. It's going to be a weekend filled with high-speed excitement, camaraderie, and unforgettable moments. Whether you're behind the wheel or cheering from the sidelines, Racing into Spring promises to be an amazing time for everyone. Mark your calendars now. This is one event you want to be a part of. We can't wait to see you there.
PCA Club Racing goes the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. The Peach State region will be hosting the race weekend on April 11th through 13th, 2025. The 2.5-mile circuit opened in 1970 and has been the host for thousands of pro race series, including AOMS, IMSA, NASCAR, Trans Am, Pirelli World Challenge, and more. Racers will get 3 sprint races and 1 enduro race, earning points for the national championship. Eligible cars will also earn points for the Club Sports Series and the Triple Trofeo Championships. Non-racers can participate in HPDE sessions for solo drivers of all skill levels. All marks are welcome for the HPDE. Please go to clubregistration.net to sign up today.
Join us for a 7-day cruise, the Treffen at Sea, to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Porsche Club. We'll be cruising August 30th to September 6th and showcasing the history and majesty of the East Coast. We'll stop in Newport, in Boston, Portland and St. John, and Halifax along the way, where you'll find in-port Porsche events. You'll also enjoy special entertainment Porsche's celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. The Enchanted Princess will both depart and return from New York City, making it a round trip. You'll experience incredible cuisine, culture, history, and nature, plus Porsche surprise events when we stop at port. To learn more and register, please visit PCA.org and click the Events tab.
Maverick Region PCA is excited to announce our Eagles Canyon 1 Club Race May 24th and 25th. We'll be racing on the counterclockwise 2.7-mile course with 15 turns at over 200 feet of elevation change. All races have points towards the PCA National and Mid-America Championships. Expect 2 practices qualifying at a 30-minute sprint race on Saturday and 2 additional sprint races on Sunday, one 30 minutes long and one 40 minutes long. Podium winning trophies for race classes with a 4+ car count and additional awards will be presented at the Saturday evening banquet at the Over the Top Bar and Grill at Eagles Canyon Raceway.
The Shenandoah Porsche region invites you to the RPM weekend, September 13th at Richmond International Raceway for a special autocross on the track. Not in the parking lot, mind you, but on the very same track that NASCAR and IndyCar race. Opened in 1953, RIR is a 3/4-mile D-shaped oval track with a 14-degree banking and maximizing the 860-foot straightaway. We're focusing on a high-speed flowing course. The extra special trait here is the sound your car will make reverberating off the grandstands, especially down that long back straight. It's truly a special experience that car enthusiasts can seldom experience. Register online at motorsportsreg.com.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Third and final call to the grid for Silver Group. Third and final call to the grid for Silver Group.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. It is the Rumble at the Old Oak Tree, presented by the Porsche Club of America. I am Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and James Pardue. And gentlemen, 3 more sprint races this afternoon, and then we go at it again tomorrow morning with 2 90-minute endurance races. But up now for the 3rd and final sprint race of the day for our, or of the weekend, for our vintage racers, our silver group. They're starting their pace lap now. Let's run down the starting order. And of course, this is the silver group sponsored by Track Day Tire. Let's look at the starting order. On the pole today, driving the number 26 VGTX Porsche 964. It's Preston Brown, with Justin Jacobs in the number 521 machine. He's in the VGTO Porsche 914. Jack Switzer will start third. He's in the number 30 VO class Porsche 911. It's a 1970 vintage, with Donald Jacobs starting fourth. He's in the number 151 VGTO Porsche 914-6. Jared Jacobs will start fifth. He's in the number 153 VO class 1980 Porsche 911 SC, with Sean Cease starting sixth. Sean is in the number 766 VO class 1976 vintage Porsche 911, the green machine, with Rob Trollinger starting seventh. Rob's in the number 94 911 Cup 1987 911. That's the white machine. He's your 911 Cup pole sitter, with Doug Switzer starting eighth. Doug is in the number 914 VGTO. Is this a surprise to anybody?
Nope.
It's a Porsche 914-6, 1971 vintage. Don Anger is going to start second in 911 Cup today. He's in the number 50, 1987 911, with Eric Elezovic starting 10th. He's in the number 25 911 Cup car. That is a 1982 vintage. It's a 911 SC. Then we got Eugene Basha, driving the number 23 Pink Pig in the 911 Cup class. That's a 1986 vintage. And there you go. We've got some onboard video from Eugene here this race. Glad to have that and able to get it to you here for the final sprint race of the weekend for this group. Lenny Stan starting 12th. He's in the number 894 911 Cup 1987 Porsche 911, with Jason Nikic starting 13th. Jason is in the number 27 911 Cup class car. It's a 1984 vintage. Then we got Michael Piera. He starts 14th, also in the 911 Cup class. He's in the green and yellow 1973 vintage 911 RS, with Mark Golke starting 15th. Mark's in the red, white, and blue Porsche 914-6, and he is your sole racer in VGTU this weekend. Then we got Nate Dos Santos will start 16th today. He's in the number 08 911 Cup class car. It's a 1977 vintage Ferrari. As the pace car from Porsche of Virginia Beach heads to the pit lane, turning the field over to Preston Brown. Their engines rev. They come around the bend, and green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Virginia International Raceways. We've got the 2 red machines, Preston Brown in the 964. We've got the Justin Jacobs in the 914 as they battle down side by side into turn 1 and head into the horseshoe, Brian.
I tell you what, Doug Switzer in that number 914, he did not get a start. He held up back half of that field. They had to get around him and get around him quickly as they went down into the turn 1 into the horseshoe. If not, they would have been almost 4 wide at that point, James.
Yeah, you saw how much it backed up the 911 Cup. Rob Trollinger, Donald Anger going to the inside almost immediately to cover off the fact that they're being held up. Eugene Basha right behind them in the pink car, trying to make a move around the outside. They stay single file, though, as they make their way towards the bridge. Looked like Trollinger and Anger got away well, but yeah, as you said, just got held up further back. And Michael Piera in the 44, starting a little bit further back than we've seen, but we definitely know he has the pace all weekend, so we'll see if he can make his way up through the field as they head up the S's.
I tell you what, Jack Switzer, remember earlier this morning, had that problem with that number 30 machine right as we got towards the end of our early morning sprint race here in this silver group. That car back out on track. Again, we'll have to see whether or not he's going to be able to handle that 30 minutes again. So whatever that problem was was able to get that fixed up, as it now looks like Jack Switzer is going to be in second. Here's an in-car camera here of Eugene Basha. I'll tell you what, guys, this was the battle we saw early on yesterday and this
today.
morning as well with Eugene. So it's going to be a great battle in this 911 Cup class as we wind down their sprint races here this weekend.
Well, Brian, it'll be interesting to see as well, because this getting now, we just hit 3 o'clock. This is probably getting around the hottest the track's going to be all day long, as the sun's just been baking into it. So we'll see what the level of grip is for these guys in our silver group. They're coming down the hill now through roller coaster. See how the gaps have shook out. There's your overall leader, Preston Brown, coming to put lap number 1 on the board with a 2:06.4. Top 3 in 911 Cup coming across the line right now. Trollinger still out in front of Anger. Eugene Basha in the 23 right behind them, only a half second as they go, staying single file into the braking zone. Further back, Jason Nickick and Lenny Stan battling it out for 4th position, but they stay single file as well as they exit that corner.
You know, and Trollinger, who's leading 911 Cup right now, he is out of the Appalachian region, hometown Asheville, North Carolina, and this kind of hits me hard as being a North Carolina resident as well. He said this whole past year, of course, has been all about recovery for him and his family from Helene, from the hurricane that came through here, and of course their motto there, Asheville Strong. He said their property took a pretty big hit in the hurricane there, and they're actually still working on getting it back up and running. But he says probably most importantly, of course, they took damage there. The local food bank, the Montana Food Bank, and also the Brother Wolf Animal Shelter there in Asheville, they were both destroyed, and so they're donating, his family donating time and encouraging everybody watching the stream here to do so as well. They're also working with the Appalachian PCA chapter to help get recovery money as much as anybody can help out to the area there. So big ups there to Rob Trollinger, trying to help so many other people in need out in his area.
I don't know if you saw there, Brian, just going into the S's, Jason Nickick starting to pull a little bit of a gap over 5th and 6th, but Lenny Stan and Eric Elizovic running 5th and 6th, they went side by side into the S's as they went up the hill. I think Stan was able to hold him off, but brave move there going into the S's at the bottom of the hill.
Well, I tell you what, one of the things I did notice here is when we switched to Eugene's in-car camera there, that pink pig's a handful right now, because when he came out of the oak tree, it was everything he could do to hold on to that with his hands and that steering wheel. But you know, and that is really what the car is called. I'm not saying that.
Yes.
That car is actually called the Pink Pig. That Pink Pig is a handful.
Yes.
So.
Now, the original Pink Pig was a Porsche 917 that raced at Le Mans, of course. Perhaps a little bit better handling at the time, but you could see there, you know, again, these are vintage cars. This chassis that Eugene is running is a 1986 chassis. And let's just say that the handling of later 911s have come a long way. That it's handling like a pig, and he's pushing the thing around there. But doing a real good job on it.
True meaning right now, because that thing is, and I don't know if it's definitely not tight. That car is definitely loose. He is definitely looking at it in trying to get everything he can. This class all weekend in this 911 Cup, if you haven't been with us all weekend long so far, either yesterday or today, this group has come down to the very last lap, not only from racing on the racetrack, but attrition in some of those ending of those races. Yeah,
and speaking of attrition here, James, it looks like we just had Ron Marmol for the second time today in his 1976 Porsche 911. He's running in the VGTO class this weekend. Unfortunately, it looks like he's retired early after, well, for him, only a single lap complete.
Yeah, that's a tough break. It wasn't too far off the back of Doug Switzer's running 3rd in VGTO, but yeah, the tough break for the 947. Looking back to the other Switzer in VO, the 30, he puts in the fastest lap of the race so far, a 2:05.8. Great lap time there by your leader in VO. Out in front still, the 26, Preston Brown. And just as I said it, he takes that fastest lap back with a 2:03.7. coming across the line. Great lap by the 26. Rob Trollinger, Donald Anger, and Eugene Basha still your top 3 in 911 Cup. Jason Nikic, though, is starting to reel in that pink pig as they come down the front straightaway. Let's see how close the gap is. Yeah, Nikic in the 27.
Took a quick look to the inside over there to driver's right as they started to come through the bend, and now going down to the inner portion there and not quite close enough. He's on the brakes, but realizes he wouldn't be able to even pull alongside the pink pig. He slots back in line. And, it's interesting there as we were watching that as they were coming down into one. I think part of that was Don Anger slotted just a little bit to driver's right as if to defend against Basha, and that immediately called off that run down to the inside by Jason Nikic.
Yeah.
But Nikic now, as they go through 4, looking underneath the pig and cannot get that pass done. It's such a short run there, coming out of left hook, out of turn 4, and then quickly switching back to the right. If you get alongside to the inside, going into turn 5, you could find yourself running through the dirt there. It's a very difficult passing spot here now as they make their way up through the S's.
Well, it is clear that Nikic is faster than Basha right now. Just Basha running that line, all the way through there, starting to lose a little bit of gap there to Donald Anger, and that's because you can see in the rear view mirror up there, you've got Jason Nikic in that 27 machine. Like I said, he is faster right now than Eugene Basha, but Eugene just able to hit the marks ever so slightly, just a little bit better, and it helps him. We'll see whether or not Nikic is going to be able to get a pull down the back.
Well, and what this is doing, if you look now, Brian, is I think we see that Basha, there's a battle for the lead here as Don Anger comes up right alongside Rob Trollinger, now coming into the top of the roller coaster. And I was going to say, just as that move was made, and here they are at the top of the hill as we saw them go side by side, it actually brought Basha and Nikic closer. I was going to say, James, that Basha is so now concerned with Nikic behind that as they came out of Oak Tree, he had actually started to fall almost, I think, about 4 car lengths back from our 2 leaders in the class.
Yeah, Brian's right. He's got a ton of pace right now. His last lap, nearly a second faster than Basha in the 23. So
we may have, if we could quickly look at that in-car camera real quick, I don't see Eugene Basha, and there he is. He is down on pit road, so he obviously had a problem here. So he looks like he's going to go down and look to some work with the crew here, but he definitely had a problem. Well, the crew said we're not coming to get you.
He may
we're
be
eating
the crew.
ice cream right now.
That's
so
right.
So unfortunately, Eugene Basha is going to be out of this race, which now you've got Jason Nikic. He's going to put the battle on Rob Trollinger. He is right on that number 94 machine. So
what was a 4-car battle now down to a 3-car battle in 911 Cup. As I look to see, it looks like in VGTO, Don Jacobs has opened up about 3 seconds on Justin Jacobs in the battle for 914 supremacy here. And in VO, Jack Switzer in his blue 1979-11 with about 9, almost 10 seconds on Jared Jacobs. If we have a chance, and they'll be coming, probably coming up through the S's now. I wanted to take a quick look at Mark Golke's car. We mentioned Mark as we ran down the finishing order in the last couple of races. He's the only racer here this weekend racing in VGTU. He's got a beautiful Porsche 914-6, and this is him right now coming out of South Bend. This is a car that, Brian, they refer to as the Beach Boys car. And it's actually it had a cover on a European Car magazine back in the late 80s. It was also a car that had some provenance running in another race organization in the GT2 classes. Roger Sheridan ran it to great success in the Sports Car Club of America's GT2 class. So great to see this machine out there. Wish we had some more competition for him, but a beautiful Porsche 914.
Tell you what, getting word on the radio now, they're just now headed down into turn 1 in the horseshoe, and that is Jason Nikic, who's now moved up into second place. So Rob Trollinger, again, he's well off the pace. He's dropped all the way down into 6th position here. So that earlier on battle where we had those 4 cars, that's now really going to be a 2-car battle. But
I
the
think he's on pit road.
Yeah, I think so too.
There
Yep,
it is.
there he is.
There's
right
the
there.
94 right in front of us.
Yeah, and there's a call over the radio now for 27 of Jason Nickett to look at his car. He's got a really bad tire rub on the left-hand side of the car. So when he gets through and makes those left-hand turns or the right-hand turns, all that weight going on the left-hand side makes it, I guess that would be on the left-hand turns because that's where the car rolls over to. So, yeah. So they're looking at that as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. So this could be a one-car horse battle.
One-car horse.
At the end with Donald Anger, because all of these 911 Cup cars are going by the wayside.
Well, and Anger had his issues with reliability earlier.
Yesterday.
Yeah. So, well, hopefully it doesn't go from 4 to 0. Now that would be the announcer's curse, wouldn't it?
It would.
All right, let's take a look here. The Battle of the Jacobs, right at the very front of the field. We've got the black Porsche 914-6. We've got the yellow 911 SC, and then we've got the red 914. We'll try and pick these 3 up, but they are in. I think they just came down.
Well, that's Jack Switzer right there. Here they come, going down into turn 1. So leave it right here, and you'll pick them up.
Exactly.
Right as they come. There they are right there. So that is, I believe, the Jacobs.
Yes,
the Jacob family.
Yeah, this is the Jacobs formation. Don in the black. He's leading VGTO. Jared in VO class in the yellow 911, and then Justin Jacobs, who's running second in VGTO, trying to get up to Donald. He's in the red 914 there, and it looks as though they've both gotten around Jared. So that is the battle, not only for the overall lead, but for the lead in VGTO as well.
Well, the overall lead, I believe, should be.
Oh, you're right.
Brown,
you're right. You know what I need to do? I need to learn how to scroll.
But what's really happening here, guys, is that battle between the Jacobs family, because Jack Switzer in that VO is well out in front.
Yes, he is. I apologize.
In that VO group. That is bringing Shane Cease back in that green 766 number machine, in that green 911. That's bringing him back up in there, as you can see now. It looks like he's going to drop back just a little bit more here, heading up into Oak Tree. But as they went down into turn 1, that ended up having to, shake itself out there. But now it looks like Donald Jacobs is going to open up over that 521 of Justin Jacobs. That's the battle for the GTO class.
It'll be interesting to see. Hopefully that rub doesn't get any worse for the 27, because Jason Nikic is reeling in Donald Anger. Last time by, less than half a second between those two as they came past. I think it was one of the VGTO cars that was in front of Donald Anger, and by the time he managed to navigate through that, he had lost a ton of time, about 2 seconds slower than Nikic was on the last lap.
Yeah, getting the call now, they're not sure if it's from the tire or probably from the muffler. I hope it's not from the muffler, because that is not very good. If you're they always say before that thing goes, it's always the fastest lap you ever put in. So hopefully it's not coming out of the muffler and it's coming out of the tire. It looked like that when he went through the one turn down last time by, coming out of turn 2. It looked like it was definitely coming off the tire.
And we'll see, here they come down the front straightaway now. Let's see if we can see any smoke out the front window. I don't quite see anything, but yeah, when he was going through the right-handers, putting a lot of weight onto that rear left, they go down single file into turn 1. A little too far back to do anything about it this time, but yeah, 2/10 is the difference between Anger and Nikic as they come out of turn 2. They'll be heading into NASCAR any second now. We'll see once they come into frame if he's made up any ground on the 50. There they are. Oh,
he's made up some ground. You're exactly right, James. He is within a car length there, getting up there, and they're actually going to come up on, because that battle's going to start to propel. That's the 914 of Doug Switzer in that VGTO machine as well, who's 23 seconds behind the Jacobs, Donald, and Justin in that VGTO class. third place in that 911 Cup, number 25, Eric Oslovic. Tell you what, he also got a podium in the first race there. Got in after, again, we talked about attrition and started to go through a little bit further as well.
Yeah, and Elizovic was under threat by Lenny Stan. He still hasn't quite broken away. Lenny Stan running fourth, Elizovic in third in 911 Cup. About 6/10 was the last time by. See if they made up. Elizovic in that gold 911 Cup car, Lenny Stan in the white 894. But yeah, your main battle out in front, Jason Nikic. Not hearing as many calls now about it, but if we look down back on the back straightaway, Brian, you got something?
Yeah, I was going to say, you talked about they were just coming out of the oak tree, and Lenny Stan is right there on the back bumper of Eric Oslovic in that number 25 machine. So.
All right, hey Spencer, if we could stay on this shot right here, and it'll be a couple seconds, and we'll see that battle for third come right up to us as they're coming out of Madison Avenue right now. This should be them right here at the top of the roller coaster. The 894 machine, the white car with Michael Pierre, and the green and yellow machine, both in 911 Cup.
Yeah, here comes Michael Pierre just now coming down the hill. So he's further way back than Stan and Oslovic. But I tell you what, you got two battles here, and we again can't say this enough. There they go now, down across the start-finish line as Eric Oslovic starts to open it up over Lenny Stan. But it's when they get down into turn one and through the horseshoe and NASCAR bend, that's when that 894 Lenny Stan starts to really reel him in.
Oh yeah, I gave you the wrong one. It was the gold and the white car, not the white and the green and yellow. Yeah. Scrolling issues, my friend. This is what you call death scrolling.
Here they come right now. That's the 25 of Oslovic and the 894 of Stan. The other two, Donald Enger and Jason Nikic, they're in front of them by about 11 seconds. So.
Yeah. So let's stay with these guys for a little bit. We're going to see if Lenny Stan can maybe close the gap down just a little bit. And it looks like he got a very good run out of turn 5 and through the portion there, those little S's, the lower S's that they call snake, as he tries to take a wide set coming into turn 7. That's going to make things a little bit harder for him, I think, on exit. It's going to push his car a little bit further to the left and make it harder for him to enter this corner here. Let's see if he runs wide. No, he turned in late enough that he was able to hold that off. But look at this. He comes down to the inside, trying to come underneath Elizovic going into turn 11. And as they come through the oak tree turn, about half a car length back, Brian.
Yeah.
I thought Lenny Stan was going to take a peek as they went under the bridge. He got out of line just a little bit, thought better of it, staying single file. Now they're coming down the back straightaway. Gonna get a little bit of a tow. He's getting closer as they make their way now into the braking zone. We'll see if Brian. We've seen a lot of guys move around the outside. He looks on the outside, but Elizovic's already got it covered off. They still say single file now, but the gap, nothing between them. Maybe a car length as they come down through roller coaster.
Yeah, Elizovic, Eric got a really good run down the backstretch out of the oak tree. Really had good drive off there, so was able to hold on for that lap. The other thing I was noticing there, just as we were watching that, you look at that, Jason Nikic and Donald Enger. Donald Enger has opened that lead up by almost 1.5 seconds now over that 27. So I'm wondering if the 27 may start to be having a problem with that car with just under 10 minutes left to go in this race, because he has dropped back. We'll see whether or not the 25 and the 894, let's see whether or not they can do it. And then just as I say that, there they go out of your shot of the left hook. It's still about a second and a half gap between Donald Enger and Jason Nikic.
Hey guys, I want to welcome Ken Schilling to the chat. And by the way, if you're at the chat here, you're listening to us, you're watching us here from Virginia International Raceway, please give us a big thumbs up. It'll help more people find Porsche Club of America Club Racing. But Kevin Schilling said that he would have been the other VGTU class car out here to compete against Mark Golke's 914. Unfortunately, he says his transmission decided to quit last week during testing. So hopefully you get that fixed soon. And hopefully, Kevin, we'll see you in a couple weeks down at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta.
Yeah. Yeah, some people say, "Oh, it's unfortunate that it's, that your transmission goes in testing." But I'd rather have it go in testing than have it go out during the race weekend.
Exactly.
honestly, I'm not seeing as much smoke out of the 27 right now, Brian. Hopefully it's gotten better. He's still about 1.5 seconds, Jason Nikic, off of Donald Anger. Their lap times both in the 209s. Last time, well, Nikic was in the 210s actually. So Donald Anger is still putting in better laps, but the gap looks a little bit closer. We'll see what the split is as they come across the line. Not much time left, about 8 minutes, 20 seconds. But Nikic had all that pace earlier, so hopefully we just, yeah, you see how much closer he is already now as they come across the start-finish line. We might see something into turn 1, down into the braking zone. Nikic is going to look up the inside. Thinks better of it, though. Still goes back single file. A little too far back once again for the 27.
All right, and so the 521 machine was off pace for just a little bit. Justin Jacobs, who is our leader in VGTO, is a bit off the pace coming through turn 3. They were covering with a white flag. It sounds like he may have gotten that car back under power and may have gotten it back underway. We'll continue to check the traffic on our race net here and see if he needed to pull off somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, that's a shame. He was having such a great battle with the 151. They were only half a second apart, so not sure if it was just an off. Hopefully nothing mechanical, but we'll see how much time he did lose when he come back around.
And guys, right now what we're seeing on our screen is Jason Nikic has now gotten around Donald Anger for that lead in that 911 Cup. Here you go. They're going to come up on that's Doug Switzer in the 914 machine right there. He's going to move over driver's left and really let them go. Again, that's not a battle through Oak Tree, although now he's going to try to race Jason Nikic outside of Oak Tree on exit. Gets 2 wheels off there at the end, but now Donald Anger is going to go, and it looks like Switzer's going to try to tuck back in behind Nikic. So that's going to allow Anger to get right up beside that number 27 machine as we head down. So we're going too wide
and
right
he
there.
may be able to actually nose past him going in the 14, and I think that little section that we saw there, very, very important, Brian, because as we saw Anger go side by side with the 914, it killed both of their exit speeds on what is absolutely the most critical corner on this 17-turn course. It is the slowest corner, but it leads on to the longest straightaway here. And if you come out of there 5 or 10 miles an hour slower than the cars behind you, and Jason Nikic was probably just absolutely, he was actually probably beating himself up that he came through there so slowly. Don Anger was able to carry a ton of speed. Unfortunately, as we see here, wasn't able to get the pass done at the top of the roller coaster. He's going to have to try and make it do on another lap here, as we've got just a little bit under 6 minutes remaining. But that was probably the prime opportunity for him to retake that lead.
It answers our question on Justin Jacobs, I think, because we just saw him pull down the pit lane. Such a shame for him. He was running a great race out in front in VGTO. Greg, I have no idea how Jason Nikic was able to keep the lead going into the top.
Neither do I.
They were right side by side.
Exactly. And Anger had position. He had the inside line going through there. It's still possible, for the outside car to kind of bear down and really tighten up that corner into a 90-degree turn at the top of the roller coaster to really kill the exit speed of the inside car. But usually you're so worried about outbraking the car to the inside that you're just worried about not running straight off into the trees. So let's take a look again as they come down out of South Bend and into Oak Tree here. And let's see if the Nikic machine maybe cheats a little bit to the inside to hold off Don Anger. And it looks like he had enough of a gap on Anger that he didn't need to.
And again, Doug Switzer in that 914 machine, he's now moved up since we had Justin Jacobs now pull off and behind the wall here. Again, he's getting right back into that battle. He is he is several seconds behind Donald Jacobs in that 151, who just went across the start-finish line. So again, he's getting back into that battle as well, which is really causing havoc between those two cars.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we see, we see in multi-class racing where, we talked earlier about using cars as picks. We talked about using them, trying to use them to your advantage. But there's also kind of this unwritten rule that you don't get into the battle for a lead in another class.
Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. First call to the grid for Black Group. First call to the grid for Black Group. And Greg, just looking back at 911 Cup, so Donald Anger getting the move done much earlier down the back straightaway.
But he also had to just absolutely throw that car in front of that trailing machine, who looked like he was going to pull right alongside Nikic and block his path to the lead.
You know, we also still got that battle on the racetrack here between, the 25, Eric Slovic, and the 894 of Lenny Stan. I'll tell you what, they're still battling out. They were within a car length the last time they came by guys, 0.8 of a second. We'll see whether or not Stan, remember, this is where Slovic in that 25 machine is able to get out in front, but it's right about here is where Lenny Stan, all the way up through into the oak tree, is where he starts to reel Eric back in that 25 machine. So there's another battle there for the last podium spot in this 911 Cup.
Yeah, Elizovic and Stan were side by side when they went into the top of the hill. And I think Lenny Stan might have lost a little bit of time from that. They were so close heading into roller coaster. He had the outside line, probably had to check up a little bit. And they were right next to each other. Now Elizovic gapping him by almost a second at this point, about 9/10 last time live. We look on to the back straightaway, try and pick up our leaders there in 911 Cup.
Yeah, I tell you what, when they came out of Oak Tree there, James, Donald Anger and Jason Nikic, they were side by side, and a little bit more of a power on drive off there for Donald Anger. That's opened it up by about a car length and a half. Now you've got, as I said, Doug Switzer in that 914. He's gotten around that 27, so the 27 may have used up some of his tires there in this race.
Yeah, and he's, as you put it, he's now right in between those two 911 Cup cars, and that's going to make things very, very difficult for Jason Nikic, to the point where, if Nikic had started to use up the rear tires just to stay up there with Don Anger, it's going to be very precarious for him now. It's going to be much more difficult as he has to find a way through another car. As you're going to find Don Anger, he's going to do anything he can to hold off that 914, although now it just may not matter.
Yeah, exactly. And Preston Brown, we're hearing last time he came by, next time he comes on the front straightaway should see the white flag next time by. So Jason Nikic has it all to do in the next two laps to try and catch back up. But you saw how Donald Anger has been so good at using those out-of-class traffic cars to try and put him gas. He almost the second he had, but now already as they come through turn number 5 there, Jason Nikic already right back in Donald Anger's mirrors as they head up towards the bridge.
And of course, this is the section right here where the 914 has not been very quick, and there's another out-of-class car a little bit further ahead that they're all catching up to.
Yeah,
they may all get
08.
just absolutely bottlenecked as they come out of South Bend going into turn 10. Let's take a look here as they all close down. And yeah, look at the train now forming behind this one Porsche 911 as they come out of Oak Tree and now fan out onto the back straight, James.
Yeah, the 27 needs a good run here off of Oak Tree, heading down the back straightaway. Side by side once again. Let's see if Jason Nikic, I think he might already have the move done there as they get around that other 911 Cup car. Yeah, Jason Nikic, as they head into the braking zone for the roller coaster, already ahead of Donald Anger. He's going to look to the inside again, but thinks better of it, goes back into line, coming over the top of the hill. Nikic manages to fend off Anger as they come down the hill. It was a great defense, and he had that great run off of Oak Tree and just sailed past him down the back straightaway.
Tell you what, they're going to come down to one lap to go here because Preston Brown has already taken kind of the one lap to go here. So this is going to be it. This is the last lap. If Donald Anger wants to pick up another win here this weekend, he's going to have to get by the 27 as we make a call here for our next group, gentlemen.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call for Black Group. Second call to the grid for Black Group.
All right, so let's see if we can track down Preston Brown in the red number 26 Porsche 964, Porsche 911. We'll see where he is on track. There he is up at the top of the roller coaster. He has right now a 9-second gap back to second place overall, Jack Switzer, who's our leader in the VO class. Of course, Preston, our sole racer this weekend in VGTX, as he makes his way down through the roller coaster, and great run for him so far. I don't want to bring out the announcer's curse with one corner remaining, but he is now coming around the bend on the front straight now. There he is, and taking the win today in the final sprint race for the Silver Group. With the overall win, it's Preston Brown. Congratulations, Jack Switzer, coming down the front straight now, and he will finish second. So let's move over to that battle in 911 Cup as it comes out of the Oak Tree Bend now on to Madison Avenue, the long back straight here at Virginia International Raceway. And what do I see, Brian? Do I see a new 911 Cup leader?
We do. It looks like Jason Nickett was able to get around Donald Anger, coming up through the S's and up through the up into the Oak Tree turn now. There you go. See, there is Doug Switzer. That's your first car. There's the battle that we're talking about right now with Jason Nickett and Donald Anger as they come down the roller coaster, head through Hawk Pen. It looks like it may be Jason Nickett's going to hold off Donald Anger. Not only that, we've got the other battle. We'll pick that up here in a minute, but let's follow them through to the start line to see if Donald Anger gets a run off of the turn. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to do that, so give the win right there to the 27, Jason Nickett. I tell you what, the battle here again is going to be in third place, just a little bit further back. That's between Eric Izlovic and Lenny Stan. As they come up over the hill and down, we should be able to pick them up here, getting ready to come out of this last turn here. Coming through, we'll see whether or not there. And here they come now.
Here they are on the front straight. Just stay on this shot, Spencer, as they come around behind our ticker and onto the front straight. And look at that. So taking third place
again
in 911 Cup is going to be Eric Elzovic, with Lenny Stan finishing in fourth. And I believe those are the last cars to take the checkered flag. So let's go run down our other classes. As we mentioned, Preston Brown taking the overall win. He wins VGTX. He was his sole racer in that class. In VGTU, Mark Golke, your sole racer in the class. That is Porsche 914. In VGTO, Don Jacobs takes the win over Doug Switzer. A little bit over half a minute, the margin of victory. Our other two racers in class, Justin Jacobs and Ron Marmol, retiring early. And finally, in the VO class, taking the win, Jack Switzer in his 1970 911. Jared Jacobs finishing a little bit over 20 seconds in arrears. In second, Sean Cease will finish in third, with Todd Simpson finishing in fourth. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our last vintage race of the weekend. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. We've got two more sprint races this afternoon for you. You don't want to miss them. But first, going to let our partners and sponsors who bring all this coverage live on Driver's Eye Live show you their wares. We'll be back in just a few moments.
A universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit HankookMotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities. A spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manabal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manabaltequila.com.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. It's the Rumble at the Old Oak Tree presented by the Porsche Club of America. And there is our beautiful Porsche pace car presented by Porsche and not only presented by, but donated by Porsche of Virginia Beach as it's starting its way down the pit lane, and we'll have all of our black group presented by Toyo Tires heading that way as well. So let's start running down the starting order here, Brian, and much like we saw a very exciting Spec Boxster race a little bit earlier today. This will be the black group's final of 3 sprint races here this weekend. Let's run down the starting order. We're going to start here because we're going to have a split start with our group up front, where Ed Dunn, driving the number 98 GTB1 Porsche Cayman, will be your pole sitter at a qualifying time of 2:01.033. Mike Meneman will start on the outside of the front row. He's in his GTB1 2009 Carrera. Kenneth Pryor will start third in the number 818 machine. That's also a GTB1 class machine, and it is a 2004 GT3 machine. Mitch Bowling will start fourth. He's in the number 511 car, also in GTB1, and he is in a 2014 Cayman. Del Al Rey will start fifth. He is in the number 791 GTB1 machine. It's a 2009 Porsche Cayman. And then starting sixth, the outside of row number 3, it's Chuck Palmer in the number 55 GTB1 Porsche Cayman. Starting seventh, Matt DiStefano in his Spec Cayman. That's a 2007 model, with Francis Florido starting to his left, and Francis is in the number 148 GTB1 2012 Porsche Cayman S. Nathan Stiles will start ninth. He's in the 133 Spec Cayman. With Alex Williams, he is your Spec 996 pole sitter, and actually I believe he's your sole Spec 996 racer here today. He's in the 517 car. Starting 11th, John Dunsky. John's driving the number 447 GT3 2006 Porsche Cayman S, with Eric Yortsoy starting 12th. He's in the number 321 Spec Cayman. And then we've got Ryan McGrath. He starts lucky 13th today. He's in the number 777 H-Class 2008 Porsche 997. Then we've got Patrick James. He's in Spec Cayman. He starts 14th in the number 47 machine. Then we've got Kyle Hoyer. He's going to start 15th. Kyle is in the number 61 GTB1 2010 Porsche Cayman. And starting beside Kyle will be Amy Burgess. She's in the number 103 GTB1 Porsche Cayman. Now, I hope and I think we're moving over to Spec Boxster. Let's take a look and see if that happens. No, it doesn't. Oh, I'll tell you what, we'll go one more row deep. I think, actually, I talked to Ryan about this earlier. It's my bad. Steve Garrison is going to start 17th inside of row number 8. He's in the number 127 GT3 Porsche Cayman. And then Michael Venable will start 18th. He's in the Spec Cayman number 122. All right, now we're going to go to Spec Boxster. I swear, it's true. Let's take a look. Starting on pole in Spec Boxster, driving the number 029 machine, it is Robbie Wilson. And since they all disappear, I guess that's not the case. Rob Walker will start second. He's in the number 171 Spec Boxster. Joel Ailman, will start third in the number 324 machine, with Alex Au starting fourth in the number 79. Then we got Lawson Wilder. He'll start fifth in the number 16 car, with Tim Nagy starting sixth. He's in the number 42 machine. Daniel Rubel will start seventh. Daniel's in the number 771 Spec Boxster, with Tamer Albaga starting in eighth. Tamer's in the number 165 car. And then look at that, perfect timing, starting ninth, driving the number 291 Spec Boxster. It's Ryan Farragut, with Gary Stanberry, with Sam Halabi starting 10th. Sam's in the number 145, 1998 Porsche Boxster. Starting 11th in Spec Boxster is John Haas. He's driving the number 40 machine, with Daniel Judge looking to come back from his early retirement in our second race. He starts 12th. Starting 13th will be Miji Song in the number 99 Boxster, with Tommy Damien starting 14th. Tommy's driving the number 71 car. All right, as our front pack, led by Ed Dunn and Mike Meneman, come onto the front straight. They'll be coming into your view here in just a moment. They start to pick up speed. watching the starter stand, and the green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again from Virginia International Raceway. As we got one car moving quickly down to the inside. I think that might have been Kyle Hoyer in the GTB1 machine trying to make a deep run down into the braking zone, but everybody seems to have gotten through there cleanly as they now make their way out of the horseshoe and over towards turn 3, Brian.
Tell you what, McMenamin and Dunn, they were almost side by side when they went down in there, and then you had Mitch Bowling along with Kenneth Pryor. They started to stick their nose down in there a little bit closer. Kenneth Pryor going to be the odd man out. He's going to drop all the way back now, back into that 4th position overall as they go through the horseshoe and come out of turn 2 and turn 3.
All right, let's go back to the front straight as we've got our spec Boxsters getting ready for their start as they now are coming into view. We hear their rear engine starting to rev up, and they are now green flag racing at VIR as they make the run now. Very closely matched Porsche Boxsters all into turn number 1 as we've got our pole sitter Robbie Wilson having to defend just a little bit on Joel Ailman, who was starting in 3rd, tried to come up all the way to the inside, all the way to driver's right, and looks as though Wilson was able to hold off both Ailman as well as Rob Walker, who started to his left.
Tell you what, Rob Walker got a great run on the outside. They're still going to come 2 by 2, but it looks like it is going to be, I believe that may be, nope, that is definitely going to be Robbie Wilson. I thought maybe Walker got around him coming out of the horseshoe out of turn 2, headed up in a NASCAR bend, but it does look like Robbie Wilson's going to end up getting that overall lead right there in that spec Boxster coming up the hill there. Now you've got to throw in Rob Walker. Joel Ailman, as you talked about, Greg, tried to make that move. He got stalemated out of there and had to drop back just a little bit.
Well, Robbie Wilson, Brian's been great all weekend with his starts. We saw it just in the last sprint race, already putting a decent gap between himself and the rest of the field. Rob Walker and Joel Ailman now battling it out for 2nd place in Spec Porsche Boxster. As our overall leaders come back across the line, Ed Dunn still out in front in GTB1, already put 8/10 between himself and the 502 of Mike Miniman. Mitch Bowling further back in the 511, already 2 seconds back from your top 2 in that class.
All right, as we jump back to our lead pack here, and this is right at the front. It's Ed Dunn in his number, the black with orange number 98 GTB1 Porsche Cayman, a 2014 Porsche Cayman, up on the 2009 911 Carrera of Mike Meneman, and then we've got the 2014 Cayman of Mitch Bowling, all running top 3 in GTB1. And matter of fact, our top 7 drivers all in GTB1 was Chuck Palmer, Ken Pryor, Del Ray, who lost the position on the start, running back in 6th, Francis Florido 7th, and then Eric Yortsoy in 8th position. Actually Eric Yortsoy is our first Spec Cayman racer in that group.
Getting a call over the radio for the 5-4 of Jordan Simon in that 04 Boxster, that red crimson car. Looks like he has got a problem with his right rear. Looks like he's done for the day. Not sure if he made it back down to the pit road or not.
It sounds like he made it onto the pit lane,
Did
Brian.
Okay,
yeah, so they're marking him as being retired, and it looks like his day is now done.
Yep.
Thought McMiniman might have a bit of a peak up the inside in the top, but Ed Dunn a little bit too far out of reach. Let's see how big the gap is now when they come off of Hogpen. It was 0.8 of a second last time by, but the 502 of McMiniman had a great run. Yeah, I think it's spread out maybe just a little bit. Ed Dunn coming off across the line. It's only gone up by about 1/10 of a second as they head down into the braking zone in turn 1. McMiniman gonna be too far back. He doesn't even try and look up the inside or anything, just staying on the racing line coming through turns 1 and 2. Looking into NASCAR bend. Wait to see our overall leaders. Yeah, there's Ed Dunn already with quite a gap.
Well, that was either a car just completely stuck in the roller coaster. I think that's actually a camera problem. Time to run some lunch out to our cameraman on the roller coaster there as we're watching this.
Or some sunscreen for the wind burn.
Something like that. So look at this battle. This is the battle now for 4th. in GTB1. Chuck Palmer, Ken Pryor, Del Al Rey. And as things have started to stretch out a little bit in the first couple moments, there is Don McMenamin and Bowling have started to open up a gap to fourth place. I think about 4 seconds separating the top 3 GTB1 cars from fourth, fifth, and sixth.
Top 4 in Spec Porsche Boxer as well, starting to spread out. I think your closest battle there is Lawson Wilder and Tim Nagy for 5th place. Nagy with Tamer Albug right behind in the 165. So that's almost a 3-car battle there for 5th place as they head into turn number 1. Looking further back, as you were saying, Greg, that battle in GTB1 stretching out just a little bit. Ed Dunn still with the fastest time of the race so far with a 2:01.7. And looking back into the field, Mitch Bowling now 2.3 seconds adrift in 3rd place.
Yeah, and I think we have we may have a new 4th place runner as Ken Pryor pulled right up alongside Chuck Palmer going up to the top of the roller coaster there and makes the pass, gets the pass done. Let's take a look here as they come onto the front straight. Yeah, and indeed that was the case, and it looks as though
Palmer's falling all the way back.
Yeah, he's falling back
because
Del Al Rey. It looked as though he got by him on the front straight. They're coming out of Hog Pen, and so moved Del Al Rey in the 791 machine, the silver car, now up into 5th as Palmer drops back into 6th, and he seemed to be a bit off the pace on the front straight as well.
Yeah, obviously didn't get the run that he wanted coming off of, out of the oak tree, and it really caused a problem, and he really felt the effect of it all the way back down the backstretch, up over the hill of the roller coaster and through the hog pen. Now, and then you get into one of the fastest parts of the racetrack right here on the front stretch. It really felt the effect of that.
So I think the thing to watch here, and as they head up through the S's, Francis Florido, who is in the 2nd of the 2 white Caymans that we just saw go up through the S's, about 2.5, a little bit less than 2.5 seconds at the line that last time by. He's tracking, at least on the last lap, was about 0.3 of a second faster than Del Al Rey. So made up a little bit of ground. We'll have to see if that trend continues. 2+ seconds. If you're only making up 0.3 a lap, it's still going to be a long time before he's able to pull up behind that car.
Yeah. I tell you what, guys. One of the guys, I'll give a little shout out here to Alex Au. I tell you what, he's struggled pretty much all weekend in this spec boxer. Normally he is up in that top 3, top 2. Kind of pulled back a little bit. He had a very good run earlier this morning. He's now up into 4th place as they head down into turn 1 and turn 2 down in the horseshoe for our spec boxers. Robbie Wilson leading. They're probably getting into NASCAR Bend now. And so there they go there. So again, Alex Au having a pretty good run right now. Here's our in-car camera here. This is Ryan Farragut. He's got Daniel Rubel right in front of him that he's trying to catch. You can see there on his telemetry there, he's a little bit faster than his fastest time of his 2:13.74 or 2:13.611 really is kind of really what he ran earlier based off time and scoring. So he's getting a little bit faster. We saw that earlier on. Right. This car got a little bit faster. It looks like he's got a little bit quieter hands right now as the race is still early on, still 21 minutes. It'd be interesting to see when we get towards the end how quiet those hands really are.
Well, Brian, as they came across the line in GTB1, Mike McMenamin and Ed Dunn were side by side. They should be maybe going up around Oak Tree now. That was a few seconds ago, but Ed Dunn and Mike Miniman, I think we might have had a change for the lead in GTB1. Mitch Bowling also in the 5:11. He's made up time to the top 2 now, 1.3 seconds, and with them battling it out, we'll see if he's able to reel them in. They should be closer. Looking on to the back straightaway, yeah, that's them coming out of the Oak Tree on to the back straightaway now. See what the gaps are. It looks like I see the white Porsche out in front, or is that Ed Dunn there?
No, that's Ed Dunn coming down the hill. So he's opened it up. Mitch Bowling is the one catching. Actually, I've seen Mike Miniman. He may not be in the screen.
Yeah, I think there might the 502 machine when we saw it. That's the white car with the number ball on the side. The 502 was actually slightly ahead of Dunn when they passed by us on the front straight this last time by, and I think he's now fallen back just a little bit.
Yeah, we'll have to see when they come back through here. They should be coming in.
I think
he's right now.
Okay.
Here comes Dunn right nearby our window. So there's Dunn. There's the 502.
There's the 502.
Miniman. So I think Miniman was ahead of him last time by, and as they trip the line here this time, Ed Dunn has opened up to almost 3 seconds.
Right.
So Miniman may have had a little bit of a slight issue.
Yeah, so the white car that we just saw go into turn 1 there, that is Mike Miniman, about 2.5 seconds back from Ed Dunn. It certainly didn't help Miniman that Ed Dunn just ran his fastest lap of the race, and that fast lap was almost 0.8 of a second faster than Mike Miniman ran that last time by.
And again, now Dunn and Miniman, they're going to start to come up on some slower traffic here right now in the group.
Actually, I say 0.8. Let me reset that. It was 3.7 seconds faster than Miniman had run that last time by. So Miniman definitely had some issues on that last lap.
That's what I'm saying. As he got that run down the, coming out of 17 and down through the front stretch, did not have that on that lap there. Maybe had some problems going through NASCAR and the left hook there, getting ready to come up through the S's.
Hey, great little battle. I wanted to just check, and as we had, it looks like we had a car go off over by South Bend. Have a nice little battle. This is the fight, Brian, for 5th in Spec Cayman. They should be coming into, I think, turn 5 right about now. Yeah.
I think right there.
I think it's. No, I think it's the. Yeah, we'll catch up with it right here, and I think it's Waleed Chaladi, and we've got the gray Spec Cayman, and then we got the silver one of Paul Van Eden.
Maybe right here. Maybe these two right
I think
here
it's right at the
screen,
right at the front of this this shot. Yeah, exactly. At the line, they were separated by 11/100ths of a second, and again in a class that is 7 cars deep today, they've just been showing. They've been racing very hard all weekend long. So great to see that.
Yeah, Greg, also if we get a chance, I was just looking back through Spec Porsche Boxster, we have that on board with Ryan Farragut. He was only about 2-3 of a second off of Daniel Rubel in the 771 last time by, and let's see if that gap is still consistent. Yeah, he's right there with him heading into NASCAR.
That is no longer a gap. That is within feet. There.
Little twitch there as he came out of NASCAR. Good job keeping that car under control.
And heading into left hook there, Daniel Rubel got very defensive, turned in a little bit early, and it looked like it really threw Farragut off there as we watch this battle now coming through Snake.
That's the leaders, I believe, that are just now there. So there goes Dunn, and now there goes Miniman. Look, we're going to go too wide in through the S's. Got to get hard on the brake. What a great shot from Ryan Farragut's in-car.
And Miniman, I think, rightfully kind of checked up there from the inside because we had the other Spec Boxster just ahead of him. We had there Daniel Rubel, and it would have been very, very difficult as Farragut drives right by Rubel coming out of South Bend. So great pass for position for the Spec Boxster racer, and really nice, tight, and more importantly, heads-up racing from our 2 overall leaders, from Ed Dunn and Mike Miniman. And we were talking before 2 laps ago where Mike Miniman was like almost 3 seconds off the pace. Well, McMenamin just reset the fast lap of the race. Actually ran on that previous lap about 2 seconds faster than Ed Dunn. So as they're working through all this traffic, it's like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. 1 lap you're good and you're on it. 1 lap you have to deal with the traffic, and it really evens things out from lap to lap.
Yeah, and Ryan Farragut lost when they first went into the S's, lost that time because of McMenamin's battle in GTB1, but then kind of gifted again at the top of the hill. McMenamin able to get back up, or Farragut rather, able to get back up past Daniel Rubel in 8th place now in Spec Porsche Boxster. But yeah, that gap coming across the line, looking back to GTB1, Ed Dunn still out in front, but the gap completely gone now. Minimum with only 3/10 between him and the 98.
I don't think Daniel Rubel realized that Ryan Farragut was right
actually
there, because he
yeah.
kind of moved completely over as well, thinking he was, had another faster car coming through here. It wasn't until after he went by him when he went, uh-oh, that's for class. And that happens when you get multi-class races.
Exactly.
I mean, we've got we have 12 different classes in here.
And about 8 of them are right in this shot.
Right here. So again, you see this, and now you see Ryan Farragut again trying to get out of the different, the different views of these cars, and that is allowing Daniel Rubel to get right back on his bumper.
Yeah, right at the right as they entered the S's, Dan Rubel now right on the back of our camera car, the orange car coming through there. Oh no! Look,
great evasive action there. That looks like that car on the far left kind of just basically stopped.
Parked it.
Coming through there, yeah. And so he had to make an evasive action to go all the way, driver's left to get by there.
And as we talk about the effects of traffic, James, you can look at the unit, the Garmin Catalyst that Ryan Farragut has on his dash, and he's running about 3.5 seconds off of his fast lap time as he had to deal with all that out of class traffic around him.
Well, and that's the beauty of with the multi-class racing is, especially now over halfway into this 30-minute race, all the classes are completely mixed up. Your overall leaders, as we saw, going through Spec Porsche Boxsters, and then your Caymans as well working through. Looking back into Spec Cayman, Nathan Stiles was still out front last time they came by. He only had about 9/10 between himself and Eric Horcho in the 321. But looking one more time at GTB1, I think they came across the line. It looks like GTB1, we have a new leader, at least on timing and scoring, 5:02 of Mike McMiniman, and I see Ed Dunn now shuffled back to 4 in timing and scoring.
I think that's when they went through that whole different, what Greg and I were talking about. They went through like 8 different classes right there, and it just got shuffled out. There's Dunn, so that's in 4th right now. So our leaders, McMiniman, Bowling, and Pryor, they are ahead of Dunn. So they're probably up through the S's right there. I believe this is, so that's the 5. Here comes Dunn right there. So the leaders are just north of him, basically, kind of up towards the thing. Here we go. We'll see. So there's Miniman right there. So he's coming up on the
in the white car.
Yeah, in the white car with the wings. So that's Miniman right there. Then you got to come back just a little bit further here. That's Mitch Bowling right there. It looks like he's going to go side by side with Kenneth Pryor as they go into Oak Tree.
Yeah, Brian, I think that's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, all in GTB1. They Mitch Bowling and Pryor battling it out. It's allowing Ed Dunn to get back into the mix as they head down the back straightaway. Looking side by side there. We'll go into the braking zone. But yeah, Mitch Bowling and Kenneth Pryor were side by side. Ed Dunn then closing up in the braking zone. Now we have a 3-way battle for 2nd.
So what's happening is our overall leaders in GTB1, McMiniman and all the the 2nd and 3rd and 4th place cars, they're coming up on the 2nd place battle in that Spec Boxster of Rob Walker. That's the car that was ahead as they went over the top of the hill in that 171 machine. So the next car that they should be coming up on, McMiniman, is going to be the leader in Spec Boxster. That's the 029 of Robbie Wilson, and that's what they're going to catch them down going into turn 1 down into the horseshoe. There they are right there. So there's Walker, that's a little bit further back, and then you're going to come back. There is the 511, I believe, of Mitch Bowling.
And we've got a car, Brian and James, very, very slow on the front straight, being covered by a yellow flag now, heading down into turn number 1.
That was Kenneth Pryor, I think. That was the 818. He was running up in 2nd now, down to 5th. So that's a terrible break there for GTB1. He was running with Mitch Bowling, but yeah, off the pace big time.
And we've got another car off one of our 940. Looks like one of the 944s. That's having some trouble there coming out of Snake. That wasn't the Agena machine. No, it wasn't the Agena machine. We'll try and get the number on that car here soon enough. And
we're going to a
okay. So we're going to a red flag condition here. This is where we're going to ask all of our racers to come to a safe, controlled stop on the course, because we do have apparently an issue here on the track surface that the officials feel that they need to basically get the field completely under control so that the emergency services teams can have have all of the track surface, or as much of the track surface as possible, in order to respond. So quickly here, as we were under the red flag conditions, let's go and reset the field. And we're going to start off with the GTB1 class right at the top of the order. Here it is Mike McMenamin, your leader at the moment, with Mitch Bowling second, Ed Dunn third. At the time they crossed the start finish line, McMenamin was up by 8.4 seconds. Ed Dunn third with Delaware fourth, Ken Pryor fifth, Chuck Palmer in sixth. In the ME1 class, Gene Raimondi leading the 4-car field, Don Holmes second, Frank Osborne third, and Chris Fahey fourth. Sam Amano, our sole racer in the I class today. And then let's take a look at SP3, where Ken Agina leads the field with John Patton second, Gary Stanberry third, Robert Linder fourth. In the G class, Colin Doherty, your leader, with Michael Gershon second, David Nisbaum third. In SPB, Spec Boxster, Robbie Wilson with Rob Walker second, Joe Ailman third, Lawson Wilder fourth, Alex Owl fifth. In the H class, Ryan McGrath, your leader, with Terrence Judge second. In GT3, Steve Garrison, our only racer in the field today, as with Spec 996, where Alex Williams is the only racer, and SP2, where Joe Dillon is your only racer. In SPC, Nathan Stiles is your leader, Eric Yortsoy second, Patrick James third, and Michael Venable is fourth, with Paul Van Eden fifth. All right, so again, we're under red flag conditions as the emergency services teams go and respond. The racers, they try to stop as close as they can to the different flag stations so that they can get instructions from the flaggers as, for example, when to return to the pits. But when this red flag condition ends, the racers should likely be black flagged and return to the pits. We've got... right now, just we're looking at a little bit under 7.5, or about 7.5 minutes remaining on the clock. So we'll see. We may have time for the equivalent of a green-white checker, or we may see that this race is likely going to end, as we stand here and with that finishing order that I just gave you.
Right, and the VIR safety crew here, they do a fantastic job. So they will get it done as quickly and as safely as they can. Real quick, I just want to go back, and obviously I want to thank everybody that's allowed us to have some onboards this weekend, give us a great insight. But I am so happy we had one in Ryan Farragut's car, because that shot
yes.
going up the S's was the spectacular.
Stellar.
Yeah, that was great.
All right, so in this this black race group presented by Toyo Tires, we are now going to a black flag condition. So all of our racers, they will return to the pits, and we'll have to see if they are then gridded up, and whether or not they're going to send them back out. We did get information, Brian, you had information on which car the emergency services teams were responding to?
Yeah, they're responding to the 026 Gary Stanberry. Okay. I think everything is under control there. They'll get him, hooked up and get him rolling in. So, but it seems like got that taken care of. So now we're going to release all those cars, as you just said, Greg. Going to bring them in down on the pit lane here under a black flag all situation. We'll bring them in, and we will reline them up if we've got time, and then we'll send them back out.
Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. First call to the grid for red group. First call to the grid for red group.
All right, and so we're starting to see some of our racers line up here on the grid, or probably on the pit lane, not on the grid, and they're still just displaying the black flag there, so no decision yet. Hopefully, with 5 minutes left, again, there might be the opportunity to send them back out and, with an out lap, take the green and maybe one final green flag run to the checker. So we'll see here. Of course, next up, of course, is going to be our final sprint race of the day. That's our red group presented by Pirelli. So definitely make sure to stay with us. And as we've got some time here, let's tell you a little bit about the schedule, what we've got coming up tomorrow. It is Endurance Day here at Virginia International Raceway. We're going to have two 90-minute endurance races. We go and start the action at 9:10 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to take you all the way through almost 2 in the afternoon with these two sprint races. So please make sure to join us for all the action here from Virginia International Raceway. The 2025 Rumble at the Old Oak Tree, presented by the Porsche Club of America, and brought to you on Driver's Eye Live. And if you like what you see today, if you like what you've seen all weekend long, make sure to give us that big thumbs up, as the young kids say, and I'm not one of them anymore. Smash that thumbs up button, smash that bell, smash something, I don't know. And and if you haven't done so already, go ahead and subscribe to the Porsche Club of America YouTube channel. We're going to be bringing you a lot more club racing this season, and want you to know when every time that we go live. So I think we've got most of the cars on the pit lane now, and
they are sending them back out. So.
Yeah. So. And on the starter stand, they are displaying the checkered flag. And so that is going to wrap up our black group race presented by Toyo Tires. So, gentlemen, let's take a break for a few minutes. We'll be back in a few with our final race of the day, our red group race presented by Pirelli. You are watching Porsche Club of America Club Racing here from Virginia International Raceway, and we'll be right back.
PCA Club Racing goes to Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. The Peach State region will be hosting the race weekend on April 11th through 13th, 2025. The 2.5-mile circuit opened in 1970 and has been the host for thousands of pro race series, including AOMS, IMSA, NASCAR, Trans Am, Pirelli World Challenge, and more. Racers will get 3 sprint races and 1 enduro race, earning points for the national championship. Eligible cars will also earn points for the Club Sports Series and the Triple Trofeo Championships. Non-racers can participate in HPDE sessions for solo drivers of all skill levels. All marks are welcome for the HPDE. Please go to clubregistration.net to sign up today.
Join us for a 7-day cruise, the Treffen at Sea. To celebrate the 70th anniversary of Porsche Club, we'll be cruising August 30th to September 6th and showcasing the history and majesty of the East Coast. We'll stop in Newport, in Boston, Portland and St. John, and Halifax along the way, where you'll find import Porsche events. You'll also enjoy special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. The Enchanted Princess will both depart and return from New York City, making it a round trip. You'll experience incredible cuisine, culture, history, and nature, plus Porsche surprise events when we stop at port. To learn more and register, please visit PCA.org and click the Events tab.
Maverick Region PCA is excited to announce our Eagles Canyon 1 Club race May 24th and 25th. We'll be racing on the counterclockwise 2.7-mile course with 15 turns at over 200 feet of elevation change. All races have points towards the PCA National and Mid-America Championships. Expect 2 practices qualifying at a 30-minute sprint race on Saturday and 2 additional sprint races on Sunday, one 30 minutes long and one 40 minutes long. Podium-winning trophies for race classes with a 4+ car count and additional awards will be presented at the Saturday evening banquet at the Over the Top Bar and Grill at Eagles Canyon Raceway.
The Shenandoah Porsche region invites you to the RPM weekend September 13th at Richmond International Raceway for a special special autocross on the track. Not in the parking lot, mind you, but on the very same track that NASCAR and IndyCar race. Opened in 1953, RIR is a 3/4-mile D-shaped oval track with a 14-degree banking, and maximizing the 860-foot straightaway, we're focusing on a high-speed, flowing course. The extra special trait here is the sound your car will make reverberating off the grandstands, especially down that long back straight. It's truly a special experience that car enthusiasts can seldom experience. Register online at motorsportsreg.com.
Back into the paddock, third and final call to the grid for Red Group. Third and final call to the grid for Red Group.
Welcome back, everybody, to Virginia International Raceway. It's a 2025 Rumble at the Old Oak Tree. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, along with James Pardue, and it is time for our last race of the day, our last sprint race of the day. It's the Red Group presented by Pirelli as our racers. These are the ground pounders. These are the fastest cars you're going to see all weekend long, all of our Cup cars, and they're heading out onto the track now for their 3.27-mile pace lap. Let's run down the starting order. We've got two different groups here. We're going to have our GTD classes as well as our GT2 class in the back. We're going to have all other classes like our GTA classes up at the front. So let's take a look at the starting order. Starting on pole today in our rear group, it's going to be Mark Calzaretta. He's driving the number 17 GTD3 Porsche Cayman GT4S Club Sport. Then we got Rami Farid starting next to him. He's in the GTD2 class. He's driving the number 53 machine. That is also a Cayman GT4S Club Sport. Tom Burke, he's going to start third today. He's in the GTD3 class. He's driving a Cayman GT4S Club Sport, as is Jeffrey Isringhausen, also in GTD3, looking for a little redemption after having to retire early in the number 199 car. Starting fifth, driving the number 751 GTD3 Porsche Cayman, it is Chris Dooley. Starting sixth, it's going to be Brianna Ogden, and hopefully we'll have an in-car from Brianna here today again in this afternoon race. She's driving the number 140 GTD3 Cayman Club Sport. Starting seventh, Jason Phillips. He's in the number 64 GTD3 machine with Ray Ramirez. Starting to Jason's left, Ray is driving the number 51 GTD3 Club Sport. Starting ninth, it's Mark Cook. Mark's driving the number 581 GTD2 Cayman GT4 Club Sport with Nicholas Giguere starting in 10th position. He's in the 111 GTD2 Club Sport. Then we've got David Harrington. Dave's in the number 63 machine. He starts 11. He's racing in GTD2 today with Joseph Petkis starting 12th. He's in the number 83 GTD3 Club Sport. Scott Nays is going to start 13th. He's in the number 10 GTD2 car with Scott Baer starting 14th. And he is in the number 910 GTD2 car. Starting 15th, Michael Eisenbrown. He's racing in GTD1 today. And starting 16th, it's Charlie Craig. He's in the number 76 GTD3 machine. Now let's move over to our front pack. On the pole today, driving the number 128 GTA3 2017 GT3 Cup car, it's Bob Mueller. Starting on the outside of the front row, Corey Friedman. He's in the 01 machine. He's also in GTA3, and he's in a 2019 GT3 Cup car. Joel Johnson in the 207 machine. He's your GTA4 pole sitter. He's in a 2022 992 GT3 Cup car.
Is he in a Porsche too?
Yeah, he might be, possibly. All right, starting fourth today on the outside of row number 2, John Getz. He's in the GTC 8 machine, and that's the Purple People leader, the 2024 992 machine. Aubrey Bout starting 5th. Aubrey's in the 027 GTC 7 machine. Joseph Viola is in the 262 GTC 8 992 Cup car with Troy Peterson starting 7th. Troy's in the 227 GTC 7 machine. Bela Stanko Jr. will start 8th. Bela's in the number 20 GTC 7 machine with Kevin Rauch starting 9th. Kevin's in the GTA 2 997 Cup car. He's driving the number 960. Price Ford will start 10th. Price is in the number 12 GTC 8 machine with TJ Larson starting 11th. TJ's in the number 03 GTC 6 991.1 Cup car. Starting then in 12th position, it's Rick Stafford in the 999 as they come around the bend, ready to take the green, and we are racing at Virginia International Raceway as they make the run down to turn 1. We've got Bob Mueller to the inside, got Corey Freeman to the outside there with Joel Johnson and John Getz behind. As we see now our second group there as they were coming up the hill, and we'll jump back. We'll have that second start for you in just a moment. Brian is our leader, is coming into turn 3.
Yeah, Bob Mueller in that 128 machine gets a great run there. Corey Freeman, we saw that battle early on. I tell you what, the car that got a really good start was Bela Stanko Jr. Went side by side with Joseph Viola in that 262, who had a problem earlier on in the first sprint race. So that car is back out on the racetrack. But I tell you what, Bela Stanko, what a great start in that number 20 machine.
And Mueller will look this. Coming to the line now. Be out in front. There it is, the 17. Mark Calzaretta and Remy Farid coming to the start-finish line. Green flag, we're underway. It's a great start from the 17 down into turn number 1. He gets immediately out in front. They go single file. Tom Burke and Farid already swapping places as they go down into the braking zone, Greg.
I tell you what, sorry, Greg, Remy Farid didn't really know to go or not. I mean, it was kind of like Calzaretta kind of played the game where he took off, then stopped, then took off again. And I think that once that green flag goes, so Remy Farid not getting the start that he really wanted to. Now, as we see here, Calzaretta is going to get out in front by about a car length over Remy Farid, I believe, in that number 53 machine. So we're going to have to see whether or not he's going to be able to run down. That actually is Tom Burke that is going to be behind Mark Calzaretta, not Remy Farid. He's going to drop down to third. But I tell you what, Farid just didn't get the run that he wanted to on the start, and that allowed Tom Burke to get around him and get him behind Calzaretta.
All right, as we watch this field now make their way out of South Bend and all lined up as, we've talked about this before with this group. It does take a while to get these Pirelli tires up to temperature. They're certainly not going to be able to lean on them as hard on lap number 1 as they will on lap number 5 or even lap number 10. But these drivers doing a very good job of negotiating this very tricky course, and what we've seen is a very slick course here early on, as I believe all of our racers, except for one.
Did he take the shortcut and go back there? Is he running the South Course? That's the 400 there.
David Dunnigan and the GTC 6 machine, who did not complete the first lap. Should also mention Joe Doria, Tom Burke. Well, actually, I think David Dunnigan, the first one in that lead group that did not, and the only one who did not complete the lap, as our second group just now coming across the line. And appears as though Mark Calzaretta leading that field through down into turn 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, in between,
I
just want to go back to you.
636 on pit road. Sorry, 636 on pit road. Joe Doria now, he looks like he just went out. So you can see there on your screen, he's just now coming out on pit road, or off pit road, out onto the racetrack. So again, having a little problem there. But again, last time by there, Bob Mueller had that lead by 0.8 of a second over Corey Friedman, James. But I tell you what, remember, we saw that earlier on in that first race where Mueller got out front, Friedman ran him down. They had a battle, and that allowed Friedman to get back out.
All right, and I am getting word from race control. It sounds like the number 400 machine has gotten back underway.
Okay,
was sitting in that crossover road, I think, waiting for that second pack to clear him before he re-entered. As we jump on board right now, this is Bob Mueller. Great to have this back on the view here. Bob Mueller had a great run yesterday. Went to a win in this group yesterday. It had a much more of a challenge here this morning in our second sprint race of the weekend, our first one of the day, where he was really challenged, Brian, by Corey Friedman. In fact, I think Friedman took the win over Bob Mueller.
Yeah, he did. Tell you what, he's under heavy attack right now by Corey Friedman as they head up through the Snake and up through the S's right now. They come up over top of this hill. And, Greg, this is where the cars, they get light right when you get to this point right there. That car gets light as it goes over the hills. You almost are throttling it just to keep that car under control and to keep that thing in a straight line.
Yeah, Bob Mueller under threat from Friedman, as you said. Corey Friedman putting in the best lap so far. Last time by a 150.6 as they head down the back straightaway now. And what I just wanted to bring up earlier was me and Brian in between races were checking to see, because we've seen how windy it is all day. Yes. And Alex, when we had her at the booth earlier, mentioned how these cars with all that aero, these guys are doing a phenomenal job. 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts, me and Brian looked at earlier today. So.
Well, you know, I'd still rather be in one of these cars with a big wing on the back and with the downforce driving me into the pavement than an open wheel car.
Oh, yeah.
Blown around. As we just had we talked about the 400 machine we saw in the crossover road, David Dunnigan. He's now brought his car down the pit lane and back to the paddock. His day is done.
One of the things I just noticed here on Bob Mueller is it came down through Hog Pen and down through the front stretch. Quick shifting right there, trying to get that car to move a little bit forward with the drive off. You'll see it here, down into second gear, going through the horseshoe, coming up through the bend. Then he'll end up going up through the NASCAR bend here in fourth gear, downshifts back to third gear, moves it. Now it looks like Corey Freeman's going to go inside. What a bold move there.
And you know, Brian, it was interesting here as they went down into turn 1. We saw where Mueller actually moved to the inside at the very last moment, under braking to hold off Corey Friedman. And I think Friedman, really anticipating that happening again, was very clear with his intentions, drove very deep into left hook there and got that pass done. Beautiful move by the 01 car.
Yeah. And I think I might have seen like a little bit of a lockup from Mueller, that inside right tire as they came in. I think that might have compromised his exit as they headed down into NASCAR bend. And you can already see how much time Corey Friedman's made up at the moment as they come through Oak Tree down the back straightaway. Man, Mueller really fighting the car out of that corner, yeah.
I didn't think Mueller really thought that he was going to make that move. So, didn't think he was going to make that move that quickly into that turn. So, again, had to give that up because you could see the front of the nose of that car turn a little bit back to driver's right.
Right.
Because, again, I don't think he expected Corey Friedman to be there. I'm sure that may be a conversation after the race is over, saying, I didn't expect that you were, going to be there. But, again, these cars will get there. Here is the Mark Calzaretta coming through there. There is Tom Brook in that
in the
machine,
Caymans there.
Tom Burke. I said Brooke. I meant Tom Burke. Again, in that Cayman. So again, that's your DTD3 class. Rummy Field a little bit further back. And then I believe even further back from that is the 199, Jason Isringhausen.
Yeah, a matter of fact, I think, and as they're coming up through the S's, I think what we want to watch, this is actually a very good battle, although Calzaretta has really started to open up the gap. This is Burke, Farid, Isringhausen, Chris Dooley, not all that far behind there as they come out of turn 11 and go into Oak Tree. Great fight right now.
Yeah, Isringhausen, who had a problem earlier because he went off down into turn 1 in the first race this morning, started to make a move going in, wasn't able to make that stick, and you can see how much he's dropped back now from Rami Farid in that number 53 machine as they head down the backstretch. So again, a great run in, and it tried to snake through there, but that cost him.
Farid doing everything right now to try and make up for that poor start at the beginning. He's gonna have maybe 0.3 of a second. We'll see what the run looks like as they come off. There's your leader in GTD3, Calzaretta coming down the front straightaway. And a little bit of a gap. 77, Tom Burke actually pulling away. He got a great run off of Hogpen down as it came down, and Farid under threat of Isringhausen as they head into turn number 1. The gap between them was only 0.2 of a second. Like to see as they come into NASCAR. Tom Burke did a fantastic job of getting a run off that final turn. Farid and Isringhausen about a 1.5 seconds back when they came by. Looking as they come through turns 4 up to the bridge. Farid should still be under threat. Oh, they've already reeled back in side by side for Farid and Isringhausen as Tom Burke's already lost a bunch of time to them. That's the battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Tom Burke still leading the way in that battle there as they head under the bridge and up the climbing S's.
All right, as we have the 262 machine, that's Joseph Viola bringing his car down the pit lane. Looks like his day is done. We're going to try in a moment to move over to the battle for 2nd in GTC 8. John Getz, your leader in class, he's already opened up almost a 15-second advantage on the rest of the class. But Price Ford in the white, black, and gray, number 12. Rick Stafford in the blue and orange, 999. Colin Mazzola in the white 251, all 992 Cup cars. Really having a great battle. We'll try and track them down when we have some time. A little information, though. We've been watching this battle between Corey Friedman and Bob Mueller all weekend long, and we look with amazement when Friedman made that pass on Mueller going into the left hook. Friedman's got 2 top 5 finishes at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. So it's not like he's just coming into a club race here and he doesn't have any on-track experience. And he also won the 6 hours of Watkins Glen and also took the GTC championship in SRO. So, a lot of great championship running history there for Corey Friedman. He's also the vice president of Autometrics Motorsports and represents the Palmetto region. He's been racing with PCA for 29 years. Wow. So we'll see if that number 1 car can continue to hold off Bob Mueller and do it for the 2nd race in a row.
Yeah, he's doing pretty good so far. Since he got past, he really hasn't looked back. As they come across the line now, see what the gap is. Mueller, though, he made up a bunch of time there. Last time by it was 5 seconds. He's made up about 1.3 seconds, Greg.
All right, I'd like to jump down. We've got that battle that I was talking about. I know we've got the onboard here with Mueller, but I wanted to track that battle for 2nd in GTD. There we go. We got it right now in GTC 8 as they're coming down now into turn 1 with Stafford, Mazzola, and Price Ford, the blue and orange number 999 machine.
Yeah, he made a move up the inside there. Gonna have to see if it's stuck there in GT.
Yeah, so coming in, I think now coming in they're coming in the left hook right now. Yeah, exactly. There is the white, black, and gray. That is Price Ford, I believe, in the number 12. And again, we're watching that battle for 2nd right now in GTC 8. The blue and orange 999, the white 251 machine of Colin Mazzola, the white, black, and gray number 12 of Price Ford, all in 992 Cup cars. And we'll get back to that other battle in just a few moments. But again, great fighting up and down through the field here in this red group presented by Pirelli.
That's Mazzola that just went over the hill there right now. So here comes Ford, and I believe Scott Dyer is in there as well. You talked about Viola. Viola is now back behind the wall. He had a problem earlier this morning as well. So that car did not make the entire thing. So we're going to go 3, maybe 4. Let's just throw them all under a blanket.
It's like
just
a big diamond coming out of the tree.
Exactly. That's going to get interesting as we top the corner here and top the hill. There is no diamond, faces going down through there. You've got to get single file. Someone who's tried to go 3 wide down in there, it doesn't work even in the little smaller cars. I guarantee you those cars are not going to make it.
Hey, and I'd like to thank Jonathan Sieber for joining us in the chat, and has a lot of good things to say about our cameramen. You know, we feed them food at lunch. We give them an extra 5-watt power supply, and they do really well out there on the corners.
Tell you what, Colin Mazzola now getting in that 251 machine, getting ready to come up through there. He has now taken over second place in that GTC 8, move Rick Stafford back to third in that 999.
Yeah, Bryce Ford managed now to work his way back up into that battle for second place in GTC 8.
That's right in there on that screen. Doing it. That is your battle right there. I believe that is Mazzola, Stafford, and I believe that is Ford right there.
All right. Sounds like we'll see if there's still a local caution up there, but just got word of 2 cars having maybe an issue with metal contact going into 14, right where these cars are heading right now to the top of the roller coaster. As we take a look at the next camera shot, we'll see if there's the local caution up there. And it appears as though the local caution has been withdrawn.
And we'll have to see, because the last time by when they came down, and we'll take a look at this again, I believe Bob Mueller has now gotten back around Corey Freeman. There goes Mueller, and I don't see, unless my timing and scoring has seemed to have stopped, which it may, unless Freeman is that far out, but I believe I saw Mueller get around Freeman, but it doesn't look like that from timing and scoring. So
no, I don't believe that's the case yet. Last time by actually, Friedman's opened up almost 8 seconds now on Mueller.
So he's not even on the screen there. Yep. Okay. So my apologies. I think it was Joel Johnson that I saw in the 207 machine in that GTA 4 that was there. So we are just under halfway here. We've got about 14 minutes left to go in this race. So again, we talked about this earlier, James. This is another group that, earlier on in the morning, that again didn't get a full run, had that full course caution in there. Looks like we're going to get there. As I got fingers and toes crossed, we're going to be able to get a full 30 minutes in here.
Yeah, well, they're getting a full dose of it right now as we go back to that GTD3 battle, watching them down the back straightaway. That's last time by, it was the 199 of Isringhausen that was in second, followed by Tom Burke and Remy Farid in third and fourth. Coming down the roller coaster now, looks like they've reeled in Isringhausen a little bit. Tom Burke right on the back of them as they come down the hill. We'll see who gets the better run off of Hogpen when they come by us. They should be heading down the front straightaway here in just a little bit. There it is. Still believe, yes, the 77. Now Tom Burke Tom Burke still running third. Isringhausen, he actually put in a big dent to the gap there. Tom Burke lost about a second and a half from that last lap. So Jeffrey Isringhausen starting to pull away from that battle. Now it's just Tom Burke, Remy Farid, Chris Dooley getting in the mix, though. So that's now a 3-car battle for third as we look up towards NASCAR Bend.
Yeah, matter of fact, that last time by, Dooley was right in the ballpark. Same lap times there, and he's only now about half a second, a little bit less than a half second back. Definitely starting to close things down on the 3 drivers ahead. As again, as you mentioned, Isringhausen really starting to stretch out that advantage on Tom Burke.
Tell you what, sorry, I was going to say another shout out here. Baylor Stenko Jr. in that number 20 machine. Again, I believe this is second race.
Second race weekend.
Second race
It'll be
weekend.
his sixth race.
Yeah,
now.
sixth race. Yeah, but second race weekend in that car. Did quite well at Sebring. I know Baylor's got some pretty good fans out there right now. Got some people watching him from Florida. So again, this driver here doing another fantastic job in that number 20 white machine.
Is that that pack that we're watching now? Is that Corey Friedman? I think in the 01 coming up,
flashing the lights
right
there.
now.
Yes, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Much like at the very end of our sprint race too. Yes.
Yeah. So see if he's able to get around as they go into the braking zone. Now just passing the one car there of Chris Dooley. Farid and Burke still ahead. Hopefully doesn't break apart that battle too much, because that's been pretty entertaining to watch so far. We'll see if Tom Burke and Farid are still close together as they come down the front straightaway. There's the 01 still trying to get by. Those two fighting so hard, they're not letting Corey Friedman through so far. We'll see going in, Tom Burke and Farid were right nose to tail with each other as they went into turn number 1. We'll see if Friedman was able to get by. That's your overall leader, the 01. Wait to see them come through. NASCAR, Ben, we should see that red car of the 01 any second now.
There he is.
And yes, he has made a little bit of ground. He just has Tom Burke now to pass. And Tom Burke's going to try and use him to hold up the rest of that field now. As
I was going to say, he shut the door pretty hard, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He said, no, I want you back there just a little bit longer. Try and hold up everybody else behind him. I imagine he'll get the move done here as they go under the bridge.
Yes.
What'll happen, though, is Tom Burke really can't slow down that much to let Corey Friedman go by, because, you've got the next car there behind him. It's going to be a little bit difficult because that will slow your momentum, especially going uphill even more. Even in these, these high-powered Porsches, it will completely slow your momentum down.
All right. Let's take a look, jump over to GTC 8 now. Brian and James, they're coming down actually right into our view right here. And this is once again that battle. Colin Mazzola to Rick Stafford, Price Ford a little bit further behind. This is the battle for second in class.
Yeah, Mazzola's had some consistent lap time. Him and Stafford have been trading back and forth with lap times there. Oh, was it getting a little wide? Was that?
Yeah, we got a little bit of a contact there. We got one car going to go straight off there up the hill. Not sure the numbers right there. We'll get the number across the radio, but that was some pretty heavy contact by both of those cars, and they ended up pulling off there.
All right, and we've got a local caution up there right now. We'll get the numbers there as they're coming up the hill.
Both of those cars did pull off behind there, so we'll try to get the.
Was that what it looked like that gray and red car that was that was at the back end behind Mazzola and Stafford, I think.
And we got a local caution over at turn 3 now as well, as it sounds as though we might have a car off.
Based off of the.
That's
Isringhouse.
Yeah, he was running second in GTD 3.
There, you can see him right there.
He had put about 7 seconds between himself and Tom Burke. They came across the line.
Yeah, so that's the 199 machine.
Yeah, 199 there. So I'm not sure if that pack's already caught him. I'm imagining so, but that looks like some pretty hard contact at the front of the 199. So that's day done for him.
Remember, gentlemen, we had a car that stopped there earlier this morning and ended up going to that double yellow. We may end up having that same situation here. So where our battles that we were getting ready to watch on the GT8, getting ready to come up through there. So they just went through there. That's the Colin Mazzola, Rick Stafford, and the Price Ford in the 12. Again, there is one car that we have on the other side of that flag stand right there. Not sure, right there behind that flagger that we had the incident before with contact. So we'll have to see. But yeah, another rough go for Isringhausen. So we'll have to see what we have. But again, remember, gentlemen, like I said, we had a problem earlier on.
All right, getting word on the car that is over there. It is the 09 machine.
Oh, okay. So it's not Israel.
No, well, no. The car the car that's stuck off on the side there, and apparently the word I'm getting is there may have been contact back there. It was the 09 and that 199 machine.
Okay.
So we'll check in on that and see if I get some more information as this unfolds. As we have the 51 car come down the pit lane. Looks like the race for that driver is now done. And we are going to a full course caution here at Virginia International Raceway with just a touch under 7 minutes remaining in this red group race presented by Pirelli. So as we're going to get, hopefully they'll get the course under control, and we'll start to pick up some of the pieces around here.
Yeah.
We had a lot seem to happen in a very short period of time here.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't know if we didn't see it happen, obviously, but Istringhausen looks like he pulled off down around turn 5. And then there's another car up by the S's, right?
Exactly, yeah, just a little bit beyond. And the word I got was that Istringhausen had actually just driven off coming out of the NASCAR bend and had gotten into the tire wall.
That's what it
okay.
He was pretty far off.
Yeah.
So, that other car up there we saw take avoiding action, so it must have pulled off near one of the corner stations.
I'm wondering if that car is having some type of a braking issue, because we saw that earlier on this morning where he just went down into turn 1, and the call that came across the radio is that he just never stopped, right?
Yeah.
He just went down, came through there. I'm wondering as the race goes on, that car starts to develop some braking issues.
Some brake fade issues.
Because, again, the same kind of identical thing happening here, just in a different part of the racetrack. So here's our overall leaders now.
Yeah, as we see here under the full course caution is Bob Mueller pulling right up to the back of the 01 machine here. So, gentlemen, let me go and reset the field here as we now have about 5 minutes remaining in this 30-minute race. So sitting right at the front of the field, leading the GTA 3 class, and it is a class of 2 here today, but it's the fastest 2. It is Corey Friedman in his 2019 GT3 Cup car, and then Bob Mueller in the black and teal 2017 GT3 Cup car. We're on board right now with Bob Mueller. You see Corey Friedman directly in front. Noam Eliyahu, our sole racer in GTC 4. That's the 555 machine. And Carl Tallardi, our sole racer in GTP2. That's the number 96 car. In GTC 3, it's Joe Doria with the lead. And it appears that both of his competitors, Michael Vitz as well as Rob Pervians, both retired early. And let's see, in GTC 6, Edward Baus with Kim Estep second, TJ Larson third. In GTD 1 and GTA 2, we only have single racers. In GTD 1, it's Michael Eisenbrown in the number 14 2016 Cayman, Kevin Roush in the 05 997 Cup car, your sole racer in GTD 2. In GTA 4, Joel Johnson, our sole racer. So let's move over now to GTC 7, and there is the other car as we see there. So I think we've got over on the driver's right, and that's the Istringhausen machine.
Yeah, he moved out of there.
Yeah, he kind of moved out of the way right along the fence line there coming out of Snake. In GTC 7, it's Aubrey Bout, your leader in the 2019 991.2 Cup car. Bella Stanko second, Troy Peterson third, Nick Blasinik in fourth, Robert Wyson in fifth. In GTD2, Nicholas Giguere, your leader with David Harrington second, Robert G third, and Scott Baer fourth. John Getz, your leader in GTC 8 with Colin Mazzolo, Rick Stafford, Price Ford running second, third, and fourth. And then if we move over to GTD 3, I think we're watching come into our view right now. Mark Calzaretta, your leader. Tom Burke second, Rami Farid third, Chris Dooley fourth, Brianna Ogden in fifth. As we jump on board.
Brianna Ogden right there.
All right, and we're getting word now from race control that the next time our leaders come down onto the front straight, they are going to see the checkered flag ending this race. So it looks as though for the second race today, there he is. We look at the rear bumper. Corey Friedman will take a race win in GTA 3 with Bob Mueller finishing in second. Finishing third overall will be Joel Johnson. He's your GTA 4 winner. Finishing fourth overall will be John Getz. He takes the win in GTC 8. Kevin Roush will finish fifth overall, takes the win in GTA 2, with Aubrey Bout taking the win in GTC 7, finishing sixth overall, just ahead of Bella Stenko, who will finish second in class, seventh overall. Then we've got Colin Masola, who will finish eighth overall, second in GTC 8. Troy Peterson will finish third in GTC 7, ninth overall. And Rick Stafford will finish third in GTC 8, and he'll round out the top 10 in that 999 car as the checkered flag is in the air, greeting all of our racers here on the front straight.
Yeah, you can. Corey Friedman did a fantastic job all race long. He put in some astonishing lap times. But I think the other thing we have to credit him for, we saw it on the camera, is how good he was at navigating that out-of-class traffic. He was working through that huge battle that we had in GTC 8.
And I think a lot of that helps. I'm sure his crew was letting him know that he had what type of a gap that he had back to Mueller behind, that he didn't need to push the issue with those out-of-class cars to kind of shove his way through. He was able to pick and choose his spots.
Yeah, exactly. It is a shame. I really wanted to see that conclusion of Tom Burke, Remy Farid, Chris Dooley. They had all gotten close together, and that was going to be the battle for second there. But a tough break for Istringhausen. He was running great up in second, kind of all alone up there.
Yeah, exactly. Had a great run, and perhaps, as Brian said, perhaps brake fade issues. Because it was about mid-race, a little bit later in the race when he had the issues down at turn one.
Yeah, same thing.
Earlier today as well in race number 2. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our red race presented by Pirelli. Let's take a look at what we've got coming up on the schedule for tomorrow. Day number 3 here from Virginia International Raceway and the 2025 PCA Rumble at the Old Oak Tree. Tomorrow is Endurance Day. We are going live 9:10 a.m. tomorrow. I know it says 10:50 a.m., but I'm hoping that somebody, well, tell you what, take my word for it.
Yeah, 9:10.
We'll be on at 9:10 tomorrow morning, and we will have 2 endurance races. First endurance race with our yellow endurance group presented by clubreg.net starts at 9:15 a.m. We'll take a little break for lunch, and then we'll come back with our orange endurance group presented by Lockton Motorsports. And it's going to be some great fun, mandatory pit stops, possible and likely refueling over 90 minutes. I think a lot of those Cup cars probably not going to be able to make the whole 90 minutes. No. We'll have some cameras on the pit lane so you can see that action there, but it should be a great time. So before we wrap up, any final thoughts here, Brian?
No, I tell you what another fantastic day. I'm sure that wind played a lot of, going into this, but definitely looking forward to the Enduros tomorrow, and so far this weekend's been fantastic.
Yeah, tomorrow with 90 minutes. If you thought the mixing up with the classes was crazy today, it's going to be insane tomorrow. So that's one to look forward to, and hopefully a little bit less windy tomorrow. I think that's what we saw on the radar. But
we got rid of the cold weather. Maybe by tomorrow we get rid of the wind as well.
One thing at a time.
Exactly. All right, want to thank our wonderful director, Spencer Gaynor, our producer here on site, Ryan West. I want to thank my 2 announcing partners and buddies in crime here. Of course, we've got Brian Donati and we've got James Pardue. I'm Greg Ginsburg. We'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, 9:10 a.m. here from Virginia International Raceway. Please stay with us. And again, if you haven't done so already, give us a big thumbs up, subscribe to the PCA YouTube channel, and definitely look up our partners and sponsors who bring you this wonderful broadcast on Driver's Eye Live. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Pirelli Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing Headers exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Repaired Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit hankookmotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities, a spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manibal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manibaltequila.com.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked-In Motorsports, administered by Locked-In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked-In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your portion today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of 2 components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow track day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the 2-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through Club Racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsport stamper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.